Chapter 1241. Master, you've come for. Jining looked at Zhou Tong rather expectantly. Seeing Jining's expectant look, Zhou Tong laughed. I'm just here to give you a bit of a chance at victory. As for whether or not you can win, that'll be up to you. As he spoke, Zhou Tong glanced at the nearby Yuchi Xia. She immediately, very tactfully, left the place. After Xia left, Zhou Tong casually tapped Jining's palm with his finger. Instantly, a wave of intense pain shot into Jining's heart. He subconsciously activated the star-seizing hand, and only then did he manage to dispel the pain. You finally reached the threshold of the star-seizing hand. The power of the first cycle of the star-seizing hand is too weak. I'll transmit the second cycle to you. As Zhou Tong spoke, he tapped Jining's forehead with his finger. Instantly, the contents of the second cycle of the star-seizing hand were transmitted into his mind. The contents of the star-seizing hand were simply too vast. If it were all transmitted to Jining, given his current level of divine sense, he would need at least a week to digest and absorb it. There is only a month left until the conclave of immortal destiny. Naturally, he couldn't waste that much time. In addition, the conclave of immortal destiny did not permit primal divinity cultivators to enter. Even if he were to be transmitted the higher-level star-seizing hand, it would be useless. The contents of the second cycle of the star-seizing hand were extremely simple. Jining only needed half a day to completely digest and absorb it. The second cycle of the star-seizing hand requires so much 5 elements essence. Right now, Jining was rather vexed. When he had first completed the star-seizing hand, he had spent an enormous amount of time searching for 5 elements essence. I've prepared something for you. Zhou Tong casually handed over the 5 elements peacock feathers he had acquired long ago to Jining. When Zhou Tong had first trained in the third cycle of the star-seizing hand, more than half of the 5 elements essence had been used up, but the remaining essence was more than enough for Jining to complete the second cycle of the star-seizing hand. Many thanks, Master. Jining was overjoyed. He immediately took the 5 peacock feathers and began to cultivate. In just a few moments, the 5 elements peacock's feathers were completely annihilated. At the same time, Jining's hands flashed with a misty 5 elements treasure light. When the 5 elements treasure light dissipated, Jining's second revolution of the star-picking hand had been completed. So this is the second cycle of the star-seizing hand. What a powerful divine ability. Jining was shocked. The power of the second cycle was many times stronger than the first. I told you before that you can't use this ability unless you're in danger, but it doesn't matter now. Zhou Tong continued. This divine ability was created by a true god of primordial chaos. Taoist 3 lives. The power of this divine ability is so great that it can be ranked in the top 10 of the 3 realms. However, Taoist 3 lives had quite a few enemies in the past. If you reveal this divine ability, it's very likely that his enemies will discover it. That's why I told you to use it less. But now, since I've already broken through to the Empyrean God level, you can use this divine ability as you please. No need to worry so much. Even if you die in a battle against someone of the same level, I won't care. But if anyone dares to bully the weak, I'll personally intervene. Zhou Tong looked at Jining, then spoke directly. As a fiend god body refiner, you train in the number 1 technique of the 3 realms, the Qi Ming's diagram of the 9 heavens. At the same time, you also have one of the top 10 divine abilities of the 3 realms, the star-seizing hand. If you're unable to defeat someone of the same level despite having such an advantage, then you can only blame yourself for being too weak. Zhou Tong spoke very bluntly. He wasn't Jining's babysitter. All he could do was ensure that Jining wouldn't be affected by high-level cultivators. Yes, your disciple understands. Jining's heart shook. Only today did he truly understand that Zhou Tong wasn't the sort of person who would protect his own. All he could do was provide an environment for him to grow in, and he needed him to compete with others of the same level. He wasn't like those masters of other sects, who would take care of everything and even take revenge if their disciples died. The star-plucking hand is only the first trump card I'm giving you. Next up is this. Zhou Tong pointed at Ji Ning's forehead again. Rumble. With this point, Ji Ning's entire body fell limp, and he quietly lay on the boat, as if he had fallen asleep. However, in his mind, something he had never seen before appeared. An illusory figure, whose face couldn't be seen clearly, was currently holding a sword and thrusting it towards Ji Ning. When this figure was thrusting towards Ji Ning's mind actually automatically recalled the sword techniques and techniques used by the other party. These sword techniques seemed to have been branded into the depths of his mind, as if he had known about them for countless years. Ji Ning's mind trembled, and then he quickly raised his sword and clashed with the illusory figure. The two of them used the same moves, the same sword techniques, and the two swords clashed in the air. As they clashed, Ji Ning's comprehension of this set of sword techniques grew deeper and deeper. By the time he had performed all of the sword techniques 10 times, the illusory figure had already slowly dissipated. In its place was a second illusory figure. This illusory figure had also performed a second set of sword techniques. Time slowly passed. Ji Ning lay quietly on the boat, drifting with the waves. Zhou Tong sat quietly to the side, guarding Ji Ning. Suddenly, Zhou Tong opened his eyes and looked not too far away. He saw Yuchi Xie flying over from not too far away with a man in tow. It was a man dressed in a black robe. He was tall and sturdy, and his eyes carried a trace of dense, baleful aura. This man was King Yin. He had cultivated to become a celestial immortal through killing, so his baleful aura was exceptionally dense. He also had a nickname, King Yin. Many primal divinity realm cultivators couldn't even withstand his gaze. At this moment, King Yin had flown over to Zhou Tong's small lake. He bowed respectfully, then said, "Greetings, Empyrean God, Tribulation Flame. No need to be so courteous." Zhou Tong swept King Yin with his gaze. King Yin's mind trembled violently, and all of his baleful aura completely vanished before Zhou Tong's calm gaze. His Imperial Majesty must be extremely happy that you have returned to the Imperial capital, King Yin said. But before King Yin could finish speaking, Zhou Tong waved his hand. "For now, there's no need to trouble him. I will naturally appear at the conclave of immortal destiny. I've only come to see this disciple of mine. As for everything else, we'll talk about it after the conclave. You can leave now. Don't disturb me for a month before the conclave begins." "Yes." King Yin immediately led Yuchi Xie away from the lake. At the same time, he instructed his guards and maids not to approach the lake. 7 days after King Yin's departure, Ji Ning finally opened his eyes. At this moment, his gaze was incomparably sharp, and it seemed as though sword light was flashing wildly within it. "Master, that was—" Ji Ning opened his eyes. He couldn't help but feel as though a lifetime had passed since then. However, those profound sword techniques were still fresh in his mind. It was as though he had trained in all of them. "It's nothing. I just showed you some of my insights into sword techniques." Zhou Tong laughed. "However, right now, you are showing off too much of your abilities. In the next 10 or so days, you need to focus on comprehending sword techniques. Do your best to conceal this sharpness." "Yes, your disciple understands." Ji Ning nodded. "After you achieve victory in the conclave of immortal destiny, follow me and leave the Grand Xia," Zhou Tong finally said. Chapter 1242. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, the conclave of immortal destiny began. This conclave had a total of 109,362 participants, all of whom were elites of the various commanderies of the Grand Xia. There were geniuses of the Imperial clan, core disciples of the various major sects, and even some unaffiliated cultivators. In fact, even the Rain Dragon Guards and the descendants of the 800 Marquises were participating. For the sake of dealing with so many geniuses, Shamong Sun had taken out his pure yang treasure, the diagram of the mountains and rivers. This magic treasure was a world of its own, and this trial was to be held within the diagram. Every single participant who entered the diagram would be given a talisman, and the trial was to seize the talismans of others. After the final year, the 80 people with the most talismans would be selected to pass. As for the remaining people, if they were still alive, they would undergo the second trial. This trial would determine 16 people. Thus, in the end, there would be at most 96 people. At least 80 victors would emerge. Soon, all of the 100,000 plus people had entered the diagram. After everyone entered, the atmosphere within the Skylight Palace instantly became much more relaxed. Xiaomong Sun revealed a smile as well. This conclave of immortal destiny will last for a year within the diagram. This is just the beginning. It wasn't just Xiaomong Sun. Many of the celestial immortals below him were laughing and chatting with relaxed looks on their faces. That little fellow hid his strength well. He actually hid it for so long before suddenly unleashing his killing blow and finishing off his opponent. Hey, what a pity for that little fellow. He was so close to succeeding. Sinister, too sinister. Which family's disciple is this? His methods are actually so sinister and despicable. These celestial immortals knew the battles within the diagram like the back of their hands. They drank wine while discussing amongst themselves. But of course, there were also many celestial immortals whose faces were filled with worry. After all, the chances of survival in this conclave were slim, and there were many of their own descendants or disciples within the diagram. The turmoil of the three realms truly has given birth to countless geniuses. Xiaomong Sun nodded in satisfaction. This conclave of immortal destiny was of the highest quality, and there were countless geniuses within it. Right at this moment, Xiaomong, I'm here. A clear voice rang out from the entrance to the palace. Haha, Tribulation Flame. You disappeared for so many years that I thought you had left the Grand Xia. But now, you've finally shown yourself. Xiaomong Sun's voice, laughing as he rose to his feet. The person who came was naturally Zhou Tong. The celestial immortals present also revealed a trace of surprise. Some of them had seen Zhou Tong undergo the tribulation and knew that he was a celestial immortal. As for the others who did not know, they all asked around and immediately understood the importance of this person. Come, take a seat. Xiaomong Sun waved his hand, and a long table filled with wine and immortal fruits instantly appeared in the hall. The food on the table was much more luxurious than what was served to the celestial immortals. Tribulation Fire, are you interested in this conclave of immortal destiny as well? Xiaomong Sun asked. I have no choice. My disciple is also inside. Of course I have to come and take a look. Zhou Tong replied with a smile. Oh, your disciple? I've never heard of such a thing. You spent the past 10+ years training your disciples? Xiaomong Sun was rather surprised. His disciples were participating in the conclave of immortal destiny. He looked at the bright moon diagram of the mountains and rivers and was somewhat surprised. Among the contestants, even those with the strongest background were only disciples of heaven immortals. Yet, there was actually a disciple of a heaven god among them. It wasn't just Xiaomong Sun. The other celestial immortals present all revealed looks of shock as well. The disciple of an Empyrean god, especially one who was very likely to be his only disciple, was no less important than any of the celestial immortals present. If his disciple were to be killed here, the murderer's entire school would probably be in trouble. Tribulation Fire, I don't want to criticize you, but if your disciple really wants the rewards of the conclave, just tell me, and I'll give him a share. This conclave is simply too dangerous, after all. Xiaomong Sun shook his head. He had more or less guessed that Zhou Tong was most likely the only disciple he had. If this soul seedling were to perish, who knows what would happen to him? If he loses in a battle of equals, then he can only blame himself for not being skilled enough. As long as he doesn't bully the weak, I won't do anything. As Zhou Tong spoke, he swept his gaze across everyone present. Although everyone present was pressured by Zhou Tong's gaze and aura to the point that they found it hard to breathe, hearing his words, they were slightly relieved. Enough. Let's not talk about these things. I don't think anyone would dare to casually attack your disciple. Let's first taste the fine food and wine I've specially prepared for this conclave, then watch the competition. The Grand Xia Emperor laughed. However, who is your disciple? Point him out and let me see. Zhou Tong casually picked up his wine cup and drained it in one gulp, then stretched out his hand and pointed at a figure within the diagram. Eh, it's him? The eyes of many of the celestial immortals instantly lit up. Although the competition hadn't been going on for very long, Jining's performance was unquestionably the most dazzling of all. Many people had taken notice of him. Only now did they understand that he was the disciple of an Empyrean god. But right at this moment, yet another voice rang out. "Fellow Taoist Shamong, we've come uninvited today. Do you welcome us?" As the voice rang out, 8 figures suddenly appeared from within the clouds. The auras of these 8 were mysterious and different. There was a dashing man dressed in Taoist robes, a Buddhist monk dressed in kasayas, an old man riding an ox, and an emperor dressed in dragon robes. "Everyone, why have you come, my grand Xia? Come, take a seat." Shamong Sun immediately rose to his feet to welcome them, while at the same time bringing out 8 long tables. The immortal fruits and wine on the tables were identical to Zhou Tong's. From this, one could tell that these people were all Empyrean gods or pure young true immortals. "Don't you know why we've come?" The leader of the group, a man with a sword on his back, laughed. "The 3 realms are in a state of turmoil right now, and the conclave of immortal destiny is a place where karmic luck will gather. Your Grand Xiao world ranks amongst the 3,000 worlds in terms of karmic luck. Perhaps some peerless figures will be born there. I, Lu Dongbin, naturally have to come and take a look. This old man is just here to watch the show. I won't steal the talents of your Grand Xia." The old man on the ox chortled merrily as he spoke. "I'm just here for a stroll as well. Haha, watch the show." The other true immortals all spoke out in unison. This fellow Taoist looks rather unfamiliar." Suddenly, Lu Dongbin noticed the nearby Zhou Tong. He called out in surprise. "Haha, let me introduce you all. This fellow Taoist tribulation flame is a newly ascended Empyrean god who successfully overcame his tribulation 15 years ago." Shamong laughed loudly. When he was in the Rain Dragon Guard, he was the most dazzling genius of all. Even Master paid special attention to him. 15 years ago, he overcame the pure, young, gold light lightning, which is extremely rare in 1,000,000,000 years, and successfully became an Empyrean god. Zhou Tong was startled as well. Shamong Sun was actually bragging about him. Chapter 1243. Pure young, golden lightning, peak of the divine realm with a perfect divine body. However, Lu Dongbin and the others were shocked when they heard this. They had cultivated to the realm of true immortals. How could they not know that the biggest challenge for a divine realm cultivator was to have a perfect divine body? With a perfect divine body, it would be much easier to become a true god. Especially for a legendary thing like the pure young golden lightning, it was not something that could be obtained just because one wanted to. Instead, it required one's foundation and aptitude to reach a certain level. "Fellow Jiahua, I admire you." Lu Dongbin reacted quickly and said immediately, "Pure, young, golden lightning. This is the strongest divine tribulation in the legends. Amazing. It has been many years since the 3 realms have seen the pure, young, golden lightning. The Great Xia is indeed the world with the highest providence in the 3 realms. It actually produced such a divine realm cultivator." All the true immortals were shocked. They did not underestimate Zhou Tong just because he was a new divine realm cultivator. Being able to induce the pure young golden lightning was already an unimaginable achievement. Especially after obtaining a perfect divine body, his strength was definitely the most powerful divine realm cultivator. He was very close to a true god. These true immortals also understood that among the many true immortals present, except for Lu Dongbin, who was infinitely close to Zhu Xian, basically no one was his match. Zhu Xian, also known as Daozu. To become a divine immortal, a cultivator needed to comprehend a complete Tao. To become a true immortal, a cultivator needed to comprehend a complete Tao and 5 complete Taos belonging to the 5 elements. To become a Zhu Xian, a cultivator needed to comprehend a complete Tao of heaven. At the same time that they knew about Zhou Tong, the other true immortals also had some thoughts in their minds. The providence of the great Xia has gathered, and an existence like Jiehua has appeared. Then, will these little guys really have such rich providence? Many true immortals thought to themselves. Although the world of Grand Xia was rich in fate, there was still a limit to it. If such a fate could produce an expert, the chances of other experts appearing would be much lower. In the Skylight Hall, Zhou Tong was also conversing with some other true immortals. After all, he had only cultivated for a short period of time and did not know much about the secrets of the three realms. During this period of interaction, he had learned a lot. Time passed slowly, and the first step of the convention was about to end. There weren't many people left alive in the diagram of the mountains and rivers. Among them was Jining. He was also the one who performed the most dazzlingly among the survivors. Jining's swordsmanship is improving too fast. How can it be so fast? He is improving and growing every day. Monster! He's too much a monster. He's simply a natural-born sword immortal. How old is he? He actually managed to cultivate the sword technique to such a level. Every single one of Ning's movements and every single one of his battles was being watched by everyone. This was because he was the disciple of an Empyrean god, and this status meant that he would always be watched. But of course, it was also because of how quickly he was improving. He's already learned the basics of the Tao of the sword, and has even cultivated it to such a level. This Jining is truly the son of heaven. Lu Dongbin couldn't help but say, "Fellow Taoist Jiehua, this disciple of yours is truly incredible. Yes, a natural-born sword immortal like him is truly rare. I feel that fellow Taoist Jiehua seems to have used some special methods to raise his disciple," the Bodhisattva of Masthamaprapta suddenly said. Instantly, all the true immortals turned to look at Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong, it's not that big of a deal. It's just that before the conclave of immortal destiny, I transferred all 178 immortal-ranked sword techniques into his soul, as well as my understanding of them. This conclave of immortal destiny just so happens to be a good time for him to digest these sword techniques. Using battle to comprehend the Tao, as expected of an Empyrean god's way of raising his disciple. All the true immortals couldn't help but shake their heads. There was no way they would raise their disciples in such a manner. Only fiend gods would do such a thing, because true fiend gods were born for battle. They all possessed a wild desire for battle, and they enjoyed and comprehended the Tao through battle. True immortals like them, however, didn't really like the aura of wild battle. They were more inclined towards that sort of carefree, leisurely way of comprehending the Tao and improving in peace and quiet. Of course, Grand Emperor Xuanwu's disciple was also present within the diagram. Although his performance wasn't as dazzling as Jining's, he was the one who all the true immortals valued the most. After all, his status was quite high. Finally, after a year had passed, all the 96 who had passed were brought out by Shamong's son. All of them arrived at the main hall. Zhou Tong quietly looked at his disciple, Jining. He could clearly sense the change in Jining. This was a change that occurred after experiencing one great battle after another. His desire for battle and his aura had both risen to an unprecedented level. If my predictions are correct, this conclave of immortal destiny is a chance for us to absorb the karmic luck of the entire Grand Xia. Zhou Tong gave a diagram one last glance. More than 100,000 talented cultivators had already perished in the diagram, and they were the foundation of Grand Xia for the next few hundred years. The fall of these people also meant that their fate had been inherited by the group of people who were still alive. The final victors of this conclave would be able to gather the vast majority of the karmic luck of the entire younger generation of the Grand Xia. So long as their luck wasn't too bad, they would be able to improve at a rapid pace. Next, Xiaomong Sun began to announce the second round of selections. The 96 of you will engage in one-on-one battles. In the end, 48 of you will remain. These 48 will each acquire an immortal-ranked magic treasure. 48 of you. After 2 more rounds of battles, The remaining 12 will each acquire 5 million kilograms of liquefied elemental essence. After 2 more rounds of battles, the remaining 3 will be able to go to the treasures of our Grand Xia dynasty and choose a divine ability or secret art of their choice. As soon as these rules and rewards were announced, everyone present instantly went wild. An immortal-ranked magic treasure was something that even many loose immortals didn't have. 5 million kilograms of liquefied elemental essence was comparable to the net worth of countless celestial immortals. As for the final divine ability or secret art of their choice, this caused everyone to go wild. The rewards for this conclave of immortal destiny were simply too extravagant. In the past, even the champion had only received a single immortal-ranked magic treasure. In the end, according to Master's orders, one of the final 3 will be chosen as an honorary disciple. After becoming a celestial immortal, that person will become an official disciple. Xiaomong soon finished. Upon hearing these words, everyone present once more went wild. Qiming Daozu was a famous Daozu of the 3 realms. He was an exalted figure who commanded dozens of major worlds and had countless celestial immortals under his command. But amongst these people, there was actually a disciple. The countless celestial immortals present felt endless jealousy in their hearts. Why wasn't this opportunity given to them? Chapter 1244. The first battle, Kangwu Jiao of the Kangwu clan versus Qi Long of the Myriad Beast clan. Xiaomong Sun spoke out. Everyone else, rest to the side. After all 96 participants had been chosen, Xiaomong Sun immediately began to announce the order of battle. The others were all called over by their respective celestial immortal patriarchs as well. Those who were able to reach their current level of cultivation, especially those who stood out in the entire Grand Xia, were basically unaffiliated cultivators with no foundation at all. Perhaps they had a master's legacy, or at the very least, they had received guidance from some expert. Truly unaffiliated cultivators who had nothing to do with major powers didn't exist. Jining, come here. Zhou Tong naturally called Jining over as well. Master. Jining immediately walked over to Zhou Tong's side. When the other participants saw this, they were even more shocked. This person was actually the disciple of an Empyrean god. If Qiming Daozu takes a liking to you, what will you do? As soon as Jining arrived, Zhou Tong immediately sent a voice transmission to him. I'll do as you say, Master. Jining immediately replied. Zhou Tong laughed. You're quite the sly one. You threw the question to me. Jining wasn't an ignorant fool. No matter how he answered Zhou Tong's question, he wouldn't be able to answer it. If he were to say that he wanted to go to Qiming Daozu's place, wouldn't that be the same as saying that Zhou Tong's teaching ability was lacking? But if he were to say that he didn't want to go, that would be a bit of a hypocrite. Thus, the best answer to this question was to let Zhou Tong answer it himself. Zhou Tong immediately sent a voice transmission. Don't worry, Qiming Daozu won't take a liking to you. Jining was startled. His strength should be at the very top amongst all the participants here. How could he not take a liking to him? If Qiming Daozu didn't even take a liking to him, then who would he take a liking to? Perceiving Jining's thoughts, Zhou Tong continued. I've seen Qiming Daozu. If he wants to accept a disciple, the most important thing is the character. If he wants to take in a disciple, he should take in someone with a similar personality to him, not someone like you. Do you understand? What he takes in disciples, talent is one thing, but temperament is another. He admires people who slowly cultivate step by step for hundreds of years, who are not in a hurry and do not give up. Slowly, one step at a time. Jining was stunned. He never thought that Qiming Daozu would like such a person. Zhou Tong said, in the past, when Dao Father Crimson Bright wanted to take me on as his disciple, he wanted to spend 100 years to test my temperament and see if I would still be able to calmly cultivate after 100 years. But what he didn't expect was that I made great progress and broke through in just 10 years. The reason I'm telling you this is because I want you to know that in the upcoming competition, you have to do your best. Don't overthink things. By the way, in this conclave of immortal destiny, It is extremely possible that the next 100 years of karmic luck of the Grand Xia will be the culmination of all the karmic luck of the Grand Xia. The number one position will most likely receive far more benefits than becoming Daozu's disciple, Zhou Tong concluded. Yes, your disciple understands. Jining replied. Zhou Tong nodded slightly, but in his heart, he understood that Jining's path was different from the one in the original novel. In the original novel, Jining had gone to Stillwater City because he needed a high-tier key refining technique, but he had taken on Zhou Tong as his master ahead of time. In addition, after learning that Zhou Tong was already a void-level fiend god, he had no lack of key refining techniques. Thus, he didn't go to the Black-White College at all. Naturally, he didn't know any of the members of the Black-White College, much less become a Dao companion. When Jining was roaming the outside world, he always claimed that he was a free cultivator. Soon, the first round of the competition came to an end. In this round, Xiaomong Sun didn't let the experts fight against each other. Instead, he let the experts fight against the weak. Thus, there was no suspense at all in this round. Jining quickly acquired his reward for this round, a low-grade immortal-ranked immortal sword. Next came the second and third rounds of competition. There was no suspense at all in these rounds. In the end, Jining quickly acquired his reward for the second round, 5 million kilograms of liquefied elemental essence. And then, the fourth and fifth rounds quickly concluded as well. Jining smoothly entered the top three. After taking on Zhou Tong as his master and acquiring so many divine abilities and secret arts, Jining's foundation was now far more powerful than it had been in the original novel. In particular, during the month prior to the conclave of Immortal Destiny, Zhou Tong had given Jining one tutelage after another in the Tao of the Sword. Normally, it would be very hard for Jining to completely absorb this sort of tutelage, but the battles during the conclave of Immortal Destiny had helped him improve even more. Naturally, it was easier for Jining to win than it had been in the original novel. In fact, he hadn't even used the star-seizing hand at all. However, after the top three had been decided, aside from Jining, the other two had no desire to win at all. This was because they had all received the same reward. They were fighting over the chance to be taken on as a disciple by Qiming Daozu. Thus, the following battles were basically a battle to show off one's power and talent. Against two opponents who had no desire to fight, Jining naturally won with ease, officially becoming number one in the conclave of Immortal Destiny. After all the battles had concluded, Jining and the other top three went to the treasury of the Grand Xia dynasty to acquire their rewards. At the same time, Xiaomong Sun's primal twin gave the records of the final battles to Qiming Daozu. Just like in the original novel, Qiming Daozu didn't take a fancy to Jining. Instead, he chose Adept Woodpass as his disciple. Master was right. Qiming Daozu doesn't take a fancy to me. Upon hearing Xiaomong Sun announce Qiming Daozu's choice, Jining didn't feel the slightest bit disappointed. He had known the outcome long ago. In contrast to Jining's calmness, the other person next to him revealed a clear look of disappointment. The true immortals and Empyrean gods present could see the expressions on everyone's faces. Jining has a good temperament. He doesn't feel the slightest bit disappointed. Lu Dongbin felt rather emotional. He glanced at Zhou Tong, musing to himself, this Empyrean god, Tribulation Flame, is quite formidable. He was able to find such a genius, and even teach such a disciple. Xiaomong, since this conclave of Immortal Destiny has concluded, and Qiming Daozu has chosen a suitable disciple, I'll take my disciple and leave first. Zhou Tong was the first to rise and bid farewell to Xiaomong Sun. Ha, fellow Taoist Tribulation Flame, please make yourself at home. Xiaomong Sun smiled. Logically speaking, the top few winners should have all been accepted by Qiming Daozu's branch. After all, they had all realized that most of these people had condensed the karmic luck of the world of the Grand Xia. However, Zhou Tong was an exception. Firstly, he had accepted Jining as his disciple long ago. As they saw it, Jining had been taught by Zhou Tong. Secondly, Zhou Tong himself was an Empyrean god. Aside from Qiming Daozu, no one else in Qi Ming's branch was qualified to fight over a disciple with him. Now, that Qi Ming Daozu didn't want Ji Ning, there was naturally no one else who could interfere. Thirdly, as far as Qi Ming's branch was concerned, Zhou Tong could be considered a member of their camp. He could be considered an external member of Qi Ming's branch. After all, the last time he had met Qi Ming Daozu, he had received Qi Ming Daozu's approval. With these three things in mind, no one would be so foolish as to try and fight over Ji Ning. Chapter 1245. Rumble. Not long after Zhou Tong led Ji Ning away from the Grand Xia, fire and water suddenly descended from the heavens. Solar true fire and lunar true water simultaneously descended from the heavens. Ji Ning had successfully broken through to the primal level as well. Prior to this, he had already understood how to break through using the Qi Ming's diagram of the nine heavens. However, because he was going to participate in the conclave of immortal destiny, he had intentionally suppressed his cultivation. Now that the conclave had concluded, he naturally began to break through. Break through. Next, I'll give you a month to say goodbye to your friends and family. I'll lead you away from the Grand Xia. Zhou Tong said, the path of cultivation cannot be one of constant training. You need to experience the vastness of the world. Yes, Ji Ning nodded. In the following month, Ji Ning first went to King Yan's estate to say goodbye to his cousin. Then, he returned to the Ji clan to say goodbye to his parents. Finally, he returned to the imperial capital of the Grand Xia to find Zhou Tong once more. Have you arranged everything? Zhou Tong asked. Ji Ning nodded. Then let's go. With but a thought, Zhou Tong led Ji Ning into the skies. Soon, they arrived in the air, and then he casually chopped out with his palm like a blade. Instantly, a tunnel appeared in the void. He led Ji Ning away from the Grand Xia. Within the void, Zhou Tong led Ji Ning forward one step at a time. Ji Ning, do you know the difference between Empyrean gods, true gods, and Zushun? Zhou Tong asked as they walked. Your disciple does not know, Ji Ning replied. Zhou Tong said, once you've comprehended a single Tao, you've reached the standard of becoming an Empyrean god. Next, you only need to use that Tao as the core to construct your divine body. Then, you'll become an Empyrean god. Once you've comprehended a Tao of the heavens and used that Tao of the heavens as the core to construct your divine body, you'll become an Zushun. After Pangu split the heavens and the earth apart, 10 heavenly Taos appeared in the world. They are the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, as well as yin, yang, life, death, and the heavenly Tao of primordial chaos. Thus, what happens next will affect your Tao path. Zhou Tong looked towards Ji Ning. The path of the Tao. Ning was slightly stunned. He didn't quite understand. Say, if you use a Tao of the water element as the core to construct your divine body when you become an Empyrean god, and then use a Tao of the fire element to construct your divine body when you become a true god, do you think you'll still be able to reach the Zushin state? Zhou Tong looked towards Ji Ning. Ji Ning was stunned. He had never heard of this before. Actually, this is just my guess. After I become an Empyrean god, I've communicated with Xia Meng, Qi Ming Daozu, and the others. There's no such taboo in the 3 realms. However, there are too few Zushun in the 3 realms. That's why I'm guessing that there's a conflict between the Taos they use to construct their divine bodies. Zhou Tong said leisurely. The Tao I used to construct my divine body when I became an Empyrean god is the Tao of raging fire. The Tao of raging fire is a branch of the Tao of explosive flames. I've already comprehended the Tao of explosive flames. When I construct my divine body in the future, I'll use this Tao. If I can reach the Zushan state in the future, my divine body will naturally be constructed using the heavenly Tao of fire. However, this is my fire elemental cultivation path, not yours. Zhou Tong looked towards Ji Ning. I suggest you think carefully about what kind of Tao path you want to take. What kind of Tao should I take? Ji Ning was a little confused. He really couldn't figure it out. Before you become an Empyrean god, you still have a lot of time to think about your own Tao path, Zhou Tong said casually. However, I'm going to bring you to the 27 world of Fuju to take a look. 27 worlds of Fuju? Is there anything special about that world? Ning asked. It's not just one world. 27 worlds of Fuju have a total of 27 worlds. These 27 worlds were once the territory of the three realms number one sword immortal, Fuju Daozu, Zhou Tong explained. In ancient times, many true God Daozu had perished. During the Three Realms era, many had perished as well. However, the most shocking thing was Fuju Daozu's death. No one knew how he died. They only knew that he died in the primal chaos. Nothing else was known. It must be understood that Fuju Daozu was the number one sword immortal of the three realms. His death naturally caused an enormous uproar. The most famous true gods of the three realms all went to investigate the cause of his death, but to no avail. However, although Fuju Daozu had died, the 27 worlds of Fuju which he had once ruled over had become famous. When Fuju Daozu had been meditating on his sword arts, he had left behind a series of sword scars on the mountains and rivers of the 27 worlds of Fuju. These sword scars contained unparalleled divine might, and many Empyrean gods and true immortals didn't dare to touch them. When Tao Father Fuju had been alive, there had naturally been no one who dared to go to these places. However, Tao Father Fuju had died. Thus, the sword scars he had left behind had become the most famous and greatest fortune of the three realms. Countless immortals and fiend gods of the three realms had come here to meditate. In addition, because this was a publicly known fortune, no one dared to disturb it. To disturb the sword scars was to disturb the fortunes of countless people in the three realms. The fury of countless immortals and fiend gods would be enough to annihilate that person. Every single world of the 27 worlds had a large number of sword scars. But of course, the world with the greatest concentration of sword scars was Sword Immortal World. In fact, there was even Fuju Daozu's legacy there, the five treasures sword art. Thus, many Empyrean gods and true immortals would enter Sword Immortal World after traversing the other 26 worlds. The five treasures sword art. Fuju Daozu, Sword Immortal World. Upon hearing Zhou Tong's description, Ning felt his heart surge with excitement. He was rather eager. He himself trained in the Tao of the sword, and so he had a special feeling towards the sword. He hoped that his sword arts would be able to improve qualitatively in the 27 worlds of Fuju. Master, you walk the Tao of fire. Are you going to meditate on the Tao of the sword? Ning was rather confused. According to Zhou Tong's description, his path was already set. Logically speaking, he should spend more time on the Tao of fire and become a true god or Zhu Shun as soon as possible. Why did he have to think about the Tao of the sword? I train in the Tao of fire, but it doesn't mean that I don't need other Taos. Have you ever thought about what would happen if I were to integrate the Tao of the sword into my Tao of fire? Zhou Tong looked at Ning. Ning shook his head. Zhou Tong said, my fire will have an extraordinarily aggressive nature. By then, water will no longer be the nemesis of fire. By the same logic, if one focuses on the Tao of the sword, they can also integrate the Tao of fire and water into their own Tao. Ning nodded. At the same time, a thought appeared in his mind. Is every Tao so inclusive? Sword arts, Tao of the sword. According to Master, it's best for me to choose a Tao of the same origin after I become an Empyrean god. The Tao of the sword is undoubtedly a great Tao that leads to the heavens. Could it be that my future path will be the Tao of the sword? However, after this thought appeared, Ning quickly discarded it. It's still too early to talk about great Taos. Constructing a divine body is something that I need to consider when I'm in the heavenly god realm. At the very least, I'll have to wait until I'm in the return to void stage. Chapter 1246. Soon, Zhou Tong brought Ning to the White Sun Realm, one of the 27 realms of Fuju. The White Sun world was just a minor world, with a circumference of less than 1,000,000 kilometers. Zhou Tong's speed was incomparably fast, and he immediately brought Ning to a precipitous cliff. From afar, they could see that there were more than 10 sword marks on the cliff, and a terrifying sword intent was coming at them. At this moment, the area around the cliff was already crowded with cultivators. Most of them were at the primordial soul realm and the Wanxiang realm. There was even a heaven immortal with a sword on his back on the first few futons. Master, the few futons near the sword marks are all occupied. What should we do? Jining asked. Zhou Tong looked around and said, other than the heaven immortal in the lead, the others won't be able to hold on for long. The sword marks and sword intent left behind by Daozu are not something that they can fully comprehend. It's normal for them to stop halfway. However, if they try to forcefully comprehend it, there's a chance of them going mad. Soon, they'll leave and we'll go in directly. Let me remind you that this is the sword mark and sword intent left behind by the number 1 sword immortal of the 3 realms. Your performance won't be much better than those earth immortals of the Void Return realm. If you can't take it, retreat quickly, Zhou Tong reminded at the end. They're here. After waiting for a while, Zhou Tong suddenly looked at a primordial soul realm cultivator in front of him whose face was flushed red. With a thought, he switched places with Jining. All the cultivators around were immersed in comprehending the sword marks and sword intent. Naturally, they didn't notice Zhou Tong's trick, nor did they notice that the cultivator in front of them had been switched. Soon after, another person began to close his eyes and quickly got up to leave. Zhou Tong's figure flashed, and he sat on his original futon. He began to comprehend the sword marks and sword intent here, quietly. There were many restrictions set up near the cliff to prevent people from losing control and destroying the sword marks while they were comprehending the sword marks. Of course, these restrictions weren't that powerful. They could only trap people at the heavenly, immortal level. They were completely ineffective against heavenly deities like Zhou Tong. However, Zhou Tong did not have the heart to think too much. His heart was completely immersed in the sword scars before him. He sensed with all his heart and soul, and felt a grand sword essence rushing towards him. What a powerful sword intent! It lives up to its reputation as a legacy left behind by world god Northrest. Zhou Tong sighed in amazement. Fuju Daozu was reputed to be the number 1 sword immortal of the 3 realms, but Zhou Tong knew the truth. He had actually been possessed by world god Northrest. World god Northrest had been wounded, and his true soul was slowly dissipating. There was no way to save him. Thus, he had taken over the body of Fuju Daozu, using the name of Fuju Daozu to live out his final days in the 3 realms. The sword intent and sword scars left behind here actually belonged to a world god. Thus, even Zhou Tong, upon seeing them for the first time, couldn't help but sigh in amazement. At the same time, he couldn't help but compare this sword intent to what his true body had learned in the Shrouded Heaven world. It's far inferior to the 3 major sword arts, and it's also inferior to the sword arts created by Grand Emperors. However, these sword scars should be comparable to the sword arts created by sages and sage kings. Zhou Tong mused himself. After making a quick comparison, Zhou Tong didn't think too much about it. He continued to meditate. The power of these sword scars was secondary. What they represented was the most precious of all. They represented the most orthodox path of the Tao of the sword in this world. This path was not something that the backwater path of the 3 realms could compare to. In fact, from a certain perspective, it could be said that this path had the effect of setting things right for Zhou Tong's cultivation. The sword arts that Zhou Tong cultivated were all created by the ancestors of the 3 realms. However, these ancestors had never seen the outside world, so it was inevitable that their things would go astray. Just like how Zhou Tong had previously comprehended the Tao of archery, the 3 realms had clearly been led astray by Ho-E. They placed too much emphasis on heart force and underestimated the improvement of the Tao of archery. The same principle applied to the Tao of the sword, the Tao of the saber, and other great Taos. The things in the 3 realms were more or less problematic. In fact, this was also the reason why Zhou Tong chose the 27 worlds of Fuju as his first stop after leaving the Grand Xia. He wanted to use the things left behind by Fuju Daozu and world god Northrest to further correct his cultivation path. At the same time, he wanted to use this righteous path to further confirm his path of fire. Something's wrong. The things revealed by the sword arts here don't seem quite right. After meditating for a long time, Zhou suddenly revealed a hint of surprise. The things revealed by these sword scars and sword intents surpass the Tao of the heavens. They are completely different from the things created by the true God Daozu of the three realms. When the true God Daozu of the three realms created something, he first conformed to the Tao of the heavens. However, the sword arts here surpass the Tao of the heavens. Zhou couldn't help but come to a realization. The Tao of the heavens. This was the greatest difference between a world and the outside world. The Tao of the heavens of the three realms was the laws of operation of the three realms. Regardless of whether it was the heavenly Tao of fire or something else, they were all laws of operation of the three realms. If one was in another world and operated differently, then the Tao of the heavens they comprehended would be completely different. The same heavenly Tao of fire might be the same in the three realms, but it would be different in other worlds. To become Zhu Shun, one must first master a Tao of the heavens. I walk the path of fire. Logically speaking, I should be walking the path of the heavenly Tao of fire in the future. But can the Tao of the heavens of the three realms really be applied to other worlds? Zhou felt a hint of doubt and hesitation. No, it shouldn't be a problem. If I remember correctly, Ji Ning of the original works also relied on the Tao of water to become Zhu Shun. When he was an Empyrean god, his core Tao was the Tao of rainwater. When he was a true god, it was the Tao of the sword. But when he was a Zhu Shun, it was the heavenly Tao of water. When he was a world god, it was the world of swords. Since he didn't encounter any problems, I naturally shouldn't have any problems breaking through using the heavenly Tao of fire. Zhou murmured to himself. The path of cultivation in this world is both based on the will and the will. If you can master it, then you'll be useful. If you can't, then you won't be able to master it. However, when I become a world god, I won't be able to follow the normal path of cultivation. Both the heavenly Tao of water and the heavenly Tao of fire were actually a part of the primordial chaos. Thus, the vast majority of world gods had to start from a single Tao of the five elements and the Tao of yin and yang to become Zhu Shun. Afterwards, they would slowly gain insights into the primordial chaos, then use the Tao of primordial chaos to construct their divine body and become a world god. My sword has a world of swords. Then, does that mean my fire has a world of fire as well? This thought suddenly appeared in Zhou mind. Perhaps by referencing world god Northrest techniques, he would be able to borrow a chicken to lay eggs and develop a unique Tao of fire. Chapter 1247. Zhou stayed in the White Sun world for a year. The sword scars and sword intent in the White Sun world, as well as the sword arts left behind, were not very profound. Zhou only took 3 days to fully comprehend them. However, he needed to use the sword arts here to verify his cultivation Tao. Similarly, he needed to take care of Ji Ning's state of sword enlightenment. Therefore, he stayed for a year. A year has passed. How's your progress in comprehending the sword arts? Zhou looked at Ji Ning. Tao Father Fujiu truly lives up to his reputation as the #1 sword immortal of the 3 realms. Even though this is a sword art he casually left behind, I was only able to comprehend a small portion of it. Ning felt rather ashamed. After a year, he had only been able to comprehend 10 or 20% of it. It's already not bad if you can comprehend 10 to 20% at the Essence Soul realm. However, Fujiu Daozu left behind a total of 27 small worlds. Apart from the core sword immortal world and the White Sun world that we previously studied, there are still 25 worlds. We will stay in each world for a year or 2 before heading to the sword immortal world. Zhou said, you will only be able to go further in your sword Tao if you gain more knowledge. However, if you can comprehend 10 to 20% in the first world, you might be able to comprehend 20 to 30% in the following worlds. After traversing the remaining 25 worlds, you should be able to fully comprehend a world's sword arts. When that happens, heading to the sword immortal world will be effective. Let's go. Zhou Tong led Ji Ning out of the White Sun world and headed for the second stop, the South Parting world. Following that, the two of them walked through one small world after another. Every small world had sword scars left behind by Fujiu Daozu casually. They were either cleaving open a river with a strike, piercing through a massive passageway with a strike, or casually writing and drawing on a plane. The two of them comprehended every mark in the 26 worlds. They would stay in each world for a period of time. The shortest was a year, while the longest was 2 years. During this process of comprehension, Zhou Tong had completely comprehended the way of the sword. Even his own sword force had silently reached the third realm. Not only that, but his saber Dao, which corresponded to the sword Dao, had also advanced to a whole new level while he was comprehending the sword Dao. Complete comprehension. Even his saber power had reached the third realm. The saber and the sword had many similarities, but there were also many conflicts. In the process of enlightenment, Zhou Tong consciously observed the sword Dao to comprehend the saber. Therefore, the cultivation of the saber Dao was also improving at the same time. After 35 years, the two of them finally arrived at the last realm of the 27 realms of Fujiu, which was also the core realm, Sword Immortal realm. Sword Immortal world was still a small world. However, there were no mortals in this world. To be precise, mortals could not survive here. The entire world was filled with an extremely terrifying sword intent. Mortals who had never cultivated before would feel as if their souls had been slashed the moment they entered this world. They would weaken day by day until they died. The moment he entered Sword Immortal world, the first thing he saw was the 5 huge mountains in the center of the world. Each of the 5 mountains was taller than the last. The first mountain was 1,000 miles tall, the second was 2,000 miles tall, the third was 3,000 miles tall, and the last mountain was 5,000 miles tall. Such mountains in a small world like this were simply inconceivable. Each mountain was like a sharp sword that pierced the clouds. This was the most famous great opportunity in the 3 realms, Wu Baofeng. Fujiu Daozu had left all his best sword techniques here for future generations to see. Countless cultivators came to this world every day to see his sword techniques. What a terrifying aura! What a powerful sword intent! Ji Ning looked at the majestic mountain from afar with a trace of shock in his eyes. Especially since this was the first time he had encountered such a sword intent, his face turned pale. When Zhou Tong saw this, he casually tapped Ji Ning's forehead with a finger to help him calm down. The sword techniques here, the aura, is too powerful. Ji Ning's face was filled with shock. This was the first time he had been forced to retreat by such a sword intent. A true sword technique requires at least a heaven immortal level to comprehend. Zhou Tong looked at Ji Ning. It's been more than 30 years. Your Qiming diagram of the 9 heavens should be about to break through to the return to Void Realm, right? Although the sword technique left behind by Fujiu Daozu was the main sword technique in the past 30 years, Ji Ning had also been comprehending the sword technique related to the Qiming diagram of the 9 heavens that Zhou Tong had given him. I might need another half a month. Ji Ning pondered for a moment before saying, Then you break through first. I'll go take a look at Wu Baofeng. I'll come find you after I break through. Zhou Tong said as he flew towards Wu Baofeng. Just as Zhou Tong approached Wu Baofeng, for streams of light suddenly flew over. Zhou Tong glanced around and immediately understood. One of them was Lu Dongbin, who he had met at the Great Xia's Immortal Destiny Convention. However, he had never seen the other 3 before. Are you fellow Taoist Jiehua? Lu Dongbin shouted from afar. So it's fellow Taoist Lu. Zhou Tong smiled. Lu Dongbin smiled. I heard that fellow Taoist left Great Xia with his disciple. I guess that fellow Taoist might come here. Sure enough. Ha ha ha. Fellow Taoist Jiehua's disciple is already a sword immortal. Fellow Taoist Jiehua's own sword Dao must not be bad. Lu Dongbin explained. So you came here to wait for me? Zhou Tong raised his eyebrows. Lu Dongbin was waiting for him? That's not it. Lu Dongbin shook his head, then pointed at the 3 nearby figures. Let me introduce you, fellow Taoist. These three are the disciples of Fujiu Daozu, fellow Taoist Taoist, Empyrean God Hidden Willow, and fellow Taoist Jimin. After Fujiu Daozu's death, everyone naturally scattered. Only 3 Empyrean gods and true immortals remained under his tutelage, and they were the 3 in front of him. Of the 3, true immortal Jimin had joined the school the earliest, followed by Empyrean God Hidden Willow and true immortal Taoist. Of the 3, true immortal Jimin was the most powerful, and he was one of only 2 people in the 3 realms who had mastered the 5 treasures sword art. He was definitely one of the top figures amongst Empyrean gods and true immortals, and he was completely on par with Lu Dongbin. Zhou Tong nodded, then greeted them. The nearby Empyrean god Hidden Willow said, "Not long ago, I heard from East Flower that fellow Taoist had overcome the pure, young, gold light lightning, which is extremely rare in 1,000,000,000,000 years." East Flower was Lu Dongbin. Prior to his reincarnation, he had been known as Exalted Immortal East Flower. Now that he had reincarnated, he was known as Lu Dongbin. Those who had known him long ago all referred to him as East Flower. Pure, young, gold light lightning. That's a truly rare item. Not long ago, when East Flower told us about it, we were all shocked as well. The 2 nearby true immortals sighed in amazement as well. Since ancient times, very few Empyrean gods of the 3 realms have ever seen something like this. Fellow Taoist, for you to be able to summon such lightning, you truly are extraordinary. Zhou Tong smiled slightly, gladly accepting their compliments. Chapter 1248. Zhou Tong and Fujiu Daozu's disciples got to know each other, and they chatted for a while. What cultivator of the Tao of the sword wouldn't care about the fortunes of Sword Immortal World? I'll come here every so often to take a look, and each time I'll gain new insights. Lu Dongbin sighed. However, the 5 treasures sword art is simply too difficult. I haven't made up my mind to train in it yet. Right at this moment, the nearby true immortal Jimin spoke out. If you wish to train in the 5 treasures sword art, you'll have to start from the first chapter. At the very least, you'll have to reach the first level of sword force in order to train in the sword art of the first peak. At the second level, you'll have to train in the sword art of the second peak, and so on. Only after reaching the 5th level of sword force will you be able to train in the sword art of the 5th peak. However, there's a huge flaw in training in this sword art. Are you prepared for it, fellow Taoist? True immortal Taoist looked towards Zhou Tong. The 5 treasures sword art is different from any other sword art of the 3 realms. The sword arts of the 3 realms all follow the heavenly Taos and use them as their foundation. The 5 treasures sword art, however, takes a different path. If you're just trying to learn some of the mysteries of the sword art, that's one thing. But if you truly start from the first chapter, then some legendary situations will occur. True immortal Taoist's voice carried a hint of faintness to it. Anyone who trains in the 5 treasures sword art will begin to forget all of the other Taos you've gained insights into in the past, regardless of whether it's the heavenly Taos, the grand Taos, or even ordinary Taos. In the end, they'll all disappear from your memories. The deeper you train in the 5 treasures, the more Taos you'll forget. By the time you reach the 3rd chapter, you'll have completely forgotten all Taos aside from the Tao of the sword. True immortal Taoist stared at Zhou Tong. The nearby Lu Dongbin spoke up as well. It's precisely because I wasn't able to make up my mind that I never trained in this sword art. I only occasionally come here to meditate, hoping to learn some of its mysteries. True immortal Jimin, who had already mastered the 5 treasures sword art, spoke up. The 5 sword art has a total of 4. The first 4 peaks correspond to the first 4 sword arts. As for the 5th mountain peak, that is where Master lived when he was still alive, is also his cave. In the beginning, when cultivating the first section, one's comprehension of the other Taos will be affected. Then it will begin to drain away bit by bit. As one's cultivation of the first section deepens, one will lose even more comprehension. After mastering the 3rd chapter, only the sword Tao is left, but the fourth chapter is the most difficult. Many people are unwilling to truly cultivate the 5 treasures swordsmanship because they are afraid that after mastering the third part, they will not be able to master the fourth part. Only by truly mastering the fourth chapter will you understand how marvelous this sword art truly is. True immortal Jimin was rather moved. Before mastering the 5 treasures sword art, if you focus on training in other Daos, then your insights into the 5 treasures sword art will gradually fade away. But if you master the entire 5 treasures sword art, then the 5 treasures sword art will become a part of your memories. At that point, if you train in other Daos, you will no longer be affected, true immortal Jimin said. Right at this moment, Empyrean god Hidden Willow said, so long as you master the 5 treasures sword art, you'll be able to head to the 5th mountain peak and enter Master's estate. The group introduced many things to Zhou. In the end, true immortal Jimin said, I've told you all of the advantages and disadvantages of the 5 treasures sword art. As for whether or not you want to train in it, that's up to you. We won't disturb you any further. After speaking, the group quickly left. As he watched the group depart, Zhou had a strange feeling in his heart. It seemed as though he had underestimated the power of the pure, young gold light lightning. Even the most powerful group of Empyrean gods and true immortals were willing to intentionally come over and befriend him. Still, the 5 treasures sword art, Zhou felt rather hesitant. Should he train in this sword art or not? Forget it. I'll go take a look first. After pondering for a moment, Zhou made this decision to himself. He quickly arrived at the first mountain peak of the 5 treasures mountain. This mountain peak was extremely ancient and distant. The number 1 sword art of the 3 realms was carved into the mountain peak. Just by approaching it, one would feel as though it was even greater than the heavenly Daos. Just the sword intent emanating from the mountain peak alone was enough to make it so that no living creatures would be able to survive nearby. Not even celestial immortals would dare to casually approach this mountain peak. Only Empyrean gods and true immortals could come here to meditate. Zhou arrival didn't attract the attention of anyone else, because virtually everyone here was here to meditate on the Tao of the sword. No one had the time to meditate on anything else. He quietly stood atop the mountain peak, looking at the crisscrossing sword arts carved into the mountain peak. One sword scar after another naturally appeared in Zhou mind, transforming into a series of sword arts. These profound sword arts surpassed the limits of the heavenly Daos, and they quickly branded themselves into Zhou mind. After looking at the sword arts, Zhou immediately built a thatched hut nearby and quietly meditated on the Tao of the sword. After meditating for several days, Zhou couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The secret techniques of this world were indeed powerful and mysterious. There was actually such a unique sword art. Once you meditated on it, you would gradually forget about other Tao insights. However, this kind of forgetting doesn't seem to be of much use to me. After meditating for a long time, Zhou couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. He looked inside himself. In particular, he carefully looked at his own soul. There was a brand on his soul. It was the brand that the reincarnation mirror had placed on his body when he came to this world. This brand was also the key to him being able to return to Shrouding Heaven world. However, this brand had another function. It prevented Zhou soul from being affected by the 5 treasure sword arts, and thus forgetting other Tao. When he was in Coiling Dragon World, even Hong Meng, who created the world, couldn't detect this layer of brand. He couldn't detect his identity as a time traveler through this layer of brand. How could this mere 5 treasures sword arts surpass the power of Hong Meng, who is almost omniscient and omnipotent god of creation? With this layer of imprint, as long as I merge all my comprehension of the Great Way into this layer of imprint and hide it, no matter how mysterious the 5 treasure swordsmanship is, it can't completely wipe out my comprehension of the Great Way. Zhou thought and immediately started to do it. He directly made a backup of all his Tao insights in this world and hid them in the brand of the reincarnation mirror. After doing all this, he really began to cultivate. He officially began to cultivate the 5 treasure sword arts. He walked out of his straw hut and sat cross-legged on a large green rock outside the hut. He faced the mountain peak and cultivated his sword arts while sensing the sword essence left behind by Fuju Daozu. The sword arts could be taken away for cultivation. However, cultivating under the sword essence left behind by Fuju Daozu would undoubtedly be faster. As he cultivated, Zhou Tong's understanding of various Dao gradually began to blur. However, he looked at the brand of the reincarnation mirror. Everything was still the same. Then he was completely relieved and focused on cultivating. Chapter 1249. Apart from the great Tao comprehensions in the reincarnation mirror's imprint, the other great Tao comprehensions in Zhou Tong's mind disappeared. However, the loss of the great Tao also represented Zhou Tong's continuous growth and advancement in the 5 treasure sword art. The 5 treasure sword art was actually a different sword Tao system from the 3 realm sword arts, a system that exceeded the heavenly Tao. This sword art, for those sword immortals who cultivated the 3 realms sword arts since they were young, was extremely difficult. It was because for them, cultivating this sword art was equivalent to overturning their past life and comprehensions. However, for someone like Zhou Tong who came from another world, it wasn't that difficult. He didn't form an authoritative cultivation system of this world in his mind to begin with, which was why overturning it was naturally much easier. The great Tao comprehensions in his mind flowed away bit by bit. Finally, when he formally cultivated this sword art for a year, the 5 treasure sword art's first piece was completely completed. Meanwhile, after the 5 treasure sword art's first piece was completed, he then headed to the second mountain peak. On this mountain peak, he still didn't use up too much time to completely comprehend the 5 treasure sword art's second piece. This sword art, for Zhou Tong, who didn't have any intentions of conforming to the heavenly Tao, wasn't all that difficult. After all, this sword art was only created by a world deity, so in terms of comprehension difficulty, it wasn't even as difficult as the destruction sword Tao Zhou Tong comprehended in Coiling Dragon World with the heavenly horned ant's true fate, to the extent where it was inferior to heaven-shrouding world's grass, symbol sword art, chaos calming art, immortal tribulation sword art. So he naturally comprehended it extremely quickly. Moreover, the cultivation condition of this sword art was sword force. Zhou Tong's sword force was enough to cultivate the third piece. So when he cultivated the second piece, there naturally wouldn't be too much of an issue. Not only was it much simpler, it was to the extent where while Zhou Tong was comprehending the 5 treasure sword art, he was also analyzing the true mysteries of this sword art, analyzing how this system that exceeded the heavenly Tao was formed, how it operated. It was to the extent where many of the profound mysteries in this sword art could be used in other areas. While Zhou Tong was comprehending the 5 treasure swordsmanship, he subconsciously integrated the essence of the 5 treasure swordsmanship into his sword Tao through the imprint of the reincarnation mirror in the deepest part of his heart, using the sword path seal to prove his saber Tao. This was what Zhou Tong had been doing ever since he had arrived at the 27 Fuji realms. Even when he was cultivating the 5 treasures, Zhou Tong did not completely give up on this path. He integrated many of the techniques that he could use from the 5 treasures into his own saber technique. Vaguely, he gradually created a unique saber technique, one that was similar to the 5 treasures. Logically speaking, such a thing was impossible for others, but Zhou Tong himself did not belong to the creatures that could be judged by common sense in this world. Coupled with the imprint of the reincarnation mirror, such a miracle was born. This is bad. Zhou Tong, who was comprehending the sword Tao and saber Tao, suddenly opened his eyes. This was because he felt that the Tao comprehension that he had hidden in the imprint of the reincarnation mirror as a backup was slowly dissipating. As some of the concepts and essences of the 5 treasures were integrated into his saber technique, it gradually became similar to the 5 treasures. There were signs of exclusion. The collision of the 5 treasures and the saber technique. Zhou Tong pondered for a while and immediately made up his mind to bring out the contents of the 5 treasures from the imprint of the reincarnation mirror. Boom! After the saber Dao was expelled from the imprint of the reincarnation mirror, Zhou Tong suddenly felt as if his mind had been hit by a heavy hammer. The 3rd level of saber power and sword power exploded from his body at the same time. Half of his body was illuminated in a silvery white color, while the other half was illuminated in a pitch black color. There were similarities between the saber Dao and the sword Dao, but there were more conflicts in many areas. Therefore, in this world, if one used the saber Dao as the core to forge the body of a heavenly god, and then used the sword Dao as the core to forge the body of a true god, then this person's path would be completely cut off. This was because the saber Dao and the sword Dao in this world were mutually incompatible. Crack! The collision between the saber and the sword Dao caused Zhou Tong's body to crack. Normally, the saber power and sword power in Zhou Tong's body would not have such a huge conflict. However, it was a little different at this moment. He was cultivating the 5 treasures, an extremely exclusive sword technique. At the same time, he was also absorbing the essence of the 5 treasures to strengthen his saber Dao, causing his saber Dao to have an extremely exclusive nature. If he had the imprint of the reincarnation mirror to separate the saber Dao and the sword Dao, naturally there would be no problem. However, at this moment, the saber Dao had left the reincarnation mirror, its imprint, so naturally there would be a big problem. It began to conflict with the sword Dao. Puffed. He could not help but open his mouth and spit out another mouthful of blood. Even at this moment, his divine soul seemed to have been cut open. The conflict between the saber Dao and the sword Dao was more intense than he had imagined. It even affected his divine soul. This is not good. The saber Dao and the sword Dao are not separated. They are beginning to conflict. Although Zhou Tong's situation was a little dangerous, he did not panic. This was not the first time he had encountered a similar situation. When he was still in the shrouding the sky world, when he first cultivated the Tai Yin and Yang at the same time, a similar situation occurred. However, at that time, he had the Kun Peng Dao to resolve it. However, at this moment, there is no such way to resolve the conflict between the saber Dao and the sword Dao. If I have to adopt another strategy, it will be better to have 3 legs than 2 opposite poles. Zhou Tong said silently in his heart. He subconsciously let the reincarnation mirror's imprint release another great Dao. That was Zhou Tong's most core and most crucial fire elemental Dao. The reason why he released the fire elemental Dao instead of the archery Dao was because the archery Dao was similar to the saber Dao and the sword Dao. Once it appeared at this time, it would definitely intensify the conflict. However, the fireworm Dao did not conflict with the saber Dao or the sword Dao. Naturally, it was much safer. Boom! The appearance of the 3rd path immediately calmed the clash between the sword and the saber. If the sword Dao rejected the saber Dao, then the fire elemental Dao would assist the saber Dao. If the saber Dao rejected the sword Dao, then the fire elemental Dao would assist the sword Dao. The saber, the sword, and the fire gradually reached a strange balance. The 5 treasures sword art and Zhou Tong's self-created blade art were both extremely exclusive things. What mediated between the two was Zhou Tong's own Dao of fire. Gradually, the saber, sword, and fire formed something similar to a Taiji diagram. A white sword, a black saber, and a scarlet line of fire in the middle that divided the Tai Chi Yin-Yang fish. Boom! As the scarlet flames burned, the injuries on Zhou Tong's divine body and divine soul quickly healed. The Phoenix Physique's regenerative ability was unparalleled in the world, so these injuries were nothing to him. Chapter 1250. Phew, it's finally stabilized. Zhou Tong finally let out a sigh of relief. There was an additional layer of flame between the power of the saber and the power of the sword. Naturally, there was no longer any conflict. The comprehension of the 5 treasures swordsmanship was still there and did not dissipate with the appearance of the saber Dao and the fire elemental Tao. Similarly, the saber technique that Zhou Tong created and the many traces of the great Tao in the reincarnation mirror were still there. At this stage, I can only barely resist the clash of the saber and sword with the fire elemental Tao. As long as my 5 treasure swordsmanship or saber technique improves, it will be troublesome. Zhou Tong understood that although his comprehension of the fire elemental Tao was quite deep, he had not cultivated the power of fire. In this world, almost every Tao had a corresponding power of XX. The Thunder Tao had the power of thunder and lightning. The Yin-Yang Great Tao had the power of Tai Chi, and the Time Great Tao and Space Great Tao also had the power of space-time. Naturally, the Fire Elemental Tao also had the power of fire. In the previous cultivation, other than comprehending the Great Tao, Zhou Tong spent most of his time exploring the cultivation system of this world. Although his comprehension of the Fire Elemental Tao was the deepest, he had not yet comprehended the corresponding power of fire. Whether it's the 5 treasure swordsmanship or the saber technique, I have to put them aside for now. First, I need to cultivate the power of fire. Zhou Tong thought to himself. At the same time, with a thought, he took a step forward and left the 5 treasures peak and came to a place near the edge of the Sword Immortal World. At this moment, Ji Ning was wholeheartedly cultivating there. His realm was not high enough and could not cultivate near the 5 treasures peak. However, living at the edge of the Sword Immortal World, he could also feel the terrifying sword intent left behind by Fuju Daozu. Bathed in this sword intent, Ji Ning's level of sword Dao was rapidly growing. Suddenly, Ji Ning, who was practicing the sword, paused and looked at Zhou Tong, who suddenly appeared beside him. Master, in the past few years, your swordsmanship has improved quite well. It seems that the Sword Immortal World is very suitable for you to cultivate. Zhou Tong nodded. Ji Ning said, for the past few years, disciple has been feeling that supreme sword intent every day. Every time I swing my sword, there will be a different feeling. It's a good thing that your swordsmanship has improved greatly, but swordsmanship isn't cultivated through hard work, but through fighting. Zhou Tong said, it's been nearly 40 years since you left the Grand Xia with me. I'm preparing to bring you back to the Grand Xia and have you take up a position in the Rain Dragon Guard. You can use the missions of the Rain Dragon Guard to train your swordsmanship in actual combat. Yes, this disciple understands. Ji Ning was somewhat excited. Very few who trained in the Tao of the Sword or the Tao of the Saber didn't like to fight. In particular, in the past few decades, Ning's power had increased dramatically. He was rather impatient to give it a try. Don't get too excited, and don't underestimate your opponent. With your strength, there are many heavenly immortals who can defeat you. Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a moment, then made a grabbing motion with his right hand. A scarlet feather appeared at his fingertips, flashing with a scarlet glow. Master, what are you doing? Ji Ning stared at Zhou Tong in astonishment. Zhou Tong said, after you accepted me as your master, I taught you many things. Aside from that set of swordsmanship related to the advancement of the Qi Ming's diagram of the 9 heavens, the rest were basically all other people's things. I'm going to teach you a divine ability that belongs solely to me. At the very least, if you encounter an enemy you can't resist, you'll have a few life-saving measures. Life-saving measures? Ji Ning's heart stirred. When he thought about Zhou Tong's identity as a phoenix, he vaguely understood what sort of divine ability Zhou Tong wanted to teach him. He felt rather excited. Carefully experienced the power of this divine ability. As Zhou Tong spoke, he casually tossed out the scarlet feather. In the instant that the feather landed on Ji Ning's body, it immediately ignited his divine body. Boom! In this instant, Ning felt as though everything before his eyes had turned crimson red. Scorching flames furiously burrowed into his body, and he could sense that his divine body was now covered with countless runes. These runes were causing his divine body to undergo some sort of mysterious transformation. These changes, my divine body has become stronger, but it's not as strong as the star-plucking hand. Ji Ning carefully sensed the changes in his body. However, he was soon stunned. He understood what the power of this divine ability was. It was life force. What an astonishing divine ability. My life force is increasing as if there's no end to it. Every corner of my divine body is brimming with unimaginable life force. Jining was extremely astonished. The increase in life force seemed to be of no use, but it could provide an extremely astonishing endurance and recovery ability in battle. In a battle, if his recovery ability was 10 times or 100 times that of his opponent, what would the result be? Without a doubt, his opponent would be dragged to death by him. After a long time, when the flames dissipated, Jining's divine body stopped changing. At this moment, Jining could feel that his life force was 10 times stronger than before. It was simply too astonishing. This divine ability can only be cultivated by those with the phoenix body. You are a human, so you shouldn't be able to use it. However, I used up a divine feather to give you a sliver of this divine ability's power. Even so, it's enough for you to use at this stage. Zhou Tong said leisurely. Sliver? Such a powerful divine ability, and it's only a sliver of its power? Jining was stunned. All right, this divine ability will end here for now. Come with me. Zhou Tong waved his hand and brought Jining away from the sword immortal world, returning to the Grand Xia. Not long after returning to the Grand Xia, Zhou Tong went to Xiaomong Sun to explain his intentions and left Jining there. After settling down Jining, Zhou Tong left the Grand Xia once again. This time, he didn't go to any other world. Instead, he followed the Qi Ming's diagram of the 9 heavens and flew towards the sun star. He was here to cultivate the power of fire. In the 3 realms, where the power of fire was the most concentrated, what place could compare to the sun star? Zhou Tong took a step forward, and the stars moved. Tens of thousands of miles of space were within his step. Moments later, he arrived near the sun star. So this is the sun star of the 3 realms. It is indeed incomparably hot. Zhou Tong looked at the enormous golden star in front of him with a trace of amazement in his eyes. On the sun star, other than the sun primordial fire, there was also the sun golden flame, which was more famous than the 9 legendary primordial fires of the 3 realms. The body of a heavenly god couldn't withstand the sun golden flame. In order to enter the solar star, one had to be at least at the true god or Tao Father level. In fact, some true gods and Tao Fathers might even be burned to death by the golden sun flames of the solar star if they weren't careful. But there were always exceptions. Some heavenly gods were born with the power of fire. Naturally, they weren't afraid of the sun star's scorching heat. For example, the innate fiend gods born in the sun, the golden crow, or a phoenix like Zhou Tong. Chapter 12:51. On the sun star, raging flames raged. Occasionally, one could see golden flames twisting the void. This was the most powerful golden solar flame on the sun star. Zhou Tong looked at the sun from afar, took a deep breath, and then stepped into it. The sun star, the core of the great Tao of extreme yang and the Tao of fire. Boom! Scorching flames circled around him. Zhou Tong had already transformed back into his original form of a phoenix. He swam freely in the sea of fire, allowing the grand sun primordial fire to wrap around his body, but he was completely unharmed. The flames here were many times more powerful than the fire tribulation he had experienced when he was undergoing the heavenly god tribulation. Fortunately, Zhou Tong was a phoenix that was most proficient in flames. Moreover, he had advanced to the heavenly god realm, so he was naturally unharmed. Only the golden sun flames in the distance could pose a threat to him. However, Zhou Tong didn't need to get close to the golden sun flames. He just wanted the environment of the sun star to cultivate. Next, I will reorganize the fire elemental Tao that I have comprehended. Bathing in the flames, Zhou Tong closed his eyes and quietly organized and comprehended all the Taos related to fire that he had comprehended so far. The Tao of raging fire, the Tao of icy flame, the Tao of burning flame, the Tao of sparks, the grand Tao of explosive flames, the grand Tao of heavenly flames, the grand Tao of scarlet flames, Great Tao and Great Tao began to gather and collide in Zhou Tong's heart. As he cultivated himself, strands of crimson light gradually emerged from his body. Even when the golden sun fire brushed past him, it seemed to become much gentler when it touched the crimson light. Especially every time the golden sun flame brushed past him, Zhou Tong would involuntarily think of the methods of controlling the sun flame in the shrouding sky world, the world of immortals, and many other worlds. Some of the inspirations from the other worlds are also effective in this world. Perhaps I can create a divine ability that can control the golden sun flames. Zhou Tong's heart stirred as this thought appeared in his mind. If he was able to master the gold sun flames, it would be equivalent to him being able to master the number one evasion technique of the three realms, the gold sun rainbow. The golden sun streak was the number one evasion technique of the three realms. In the blink of an eye, it could travel 600,000 kilometers. It was the fastest speed in this world. In the three realms, only the sun crows were capable of mastering such a divine ability. This was because the prerequisite to mastering this divine ability was mastering the golden solar flames. The so-called golden sun rainbow was, in essence, a golden sun flame that had gained sentience. The golden solar flames, however, were even more powerful than the 9 Novescent's true flames. Even true gods and Tao fathers would be burned to death by these flames if they weren't careful. Even cultivators who were able to withstand the golden solar flames wouldn't be able to truly tame these sentient golden solar rainbows and make them work for them. So, even though everyone in the three dimensions coveted the golden sun rays of the sun crows, they were helpless against it because no one besides the sun crows could grasp the golden sun flames. First, I have to master the golden sun flames that no one but the sun crows could master. Zhou Tong made up his mind and started to solve this problem. Although the innumerable techniques of the three realms were powerful, Zhou Tong possessed a lot of knowledge that surpassed this world. Although it might not be suitable for him, when combined with some of his comprehension of the great Tao of this world, he was still a step ahead of the natives of this world, especially the sun crows. Zhou Tong understood the sun crows of the shrouding heaven world very well. Even though the sun crows of that world were different from the sun crows of this world, they had many similarities, especially in terms of fire control. Time passed day by day. Gradually, the crimson-red light on Zhou Tong's body seemed to be dyed with a layer of faint gold. Mystical runes started to appear bit by bit, and then condensed into a strange state. Rumble. As soon as the faint golden light appeared, it immediately attracted the surrounding golden sun flames. Many golden sun flames wrapped around him, forming a strange fire vortex around him. The fire whirlpool grew larger and larger until it became like an embryo. And in the middle of the embryo was Zhou Tong. In the center of the golden sun flames, Zhou Tong was still silently comprehending the Tao. The runes on his body became more and more mystical. Wisps of golden sun flames seeped into Zhou Tong's body bit by bit and began to transform his divine body. Transforming one's divine body was a step that many god arts had to go through. Some people were born with a water Tao body. If they didn't transform their divine body, they wouldn't be able to cultivate fire god arts at all. However, Zhou Tong also had a fire Tao body, so the transformation wasn't too big and was easily completed. Whoosh! After the transformation of his divine body, Zhou Tong immediately activated the runes in his body. In an instant, he erupted with a trace of aura similar to the sun crows. This aura instantly caused the golden sun flames on the sun star to go berserk. Then, Zhou Tong spread open his wings and caught sight of a streak of golden light. This was the golden sun flames that had gained sentience. Zhou Tong instantly tamed this streak of golden sun flames, and a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. It's done. So it's that simple. But there are many things that surpass the way people of the three realms think. Whoosh! In the next instant, Zhou Tong activated the golden sun flames and traversed more than half of the starry sky in the blink of an eye. Then he transformed into a streak of golden light and returned to the sun star. So this is the fastest speed in the three realms. Interesting. But now I'll focus on the Tao of Fire. Zhou Tong experimented with the golden sun flames a few times before settling down and beginning to meditate in silence. Complete Tao, great Tao, heavenly Tao, all of this was actually a gradual process. In reality, however, a Tao was already considered complete at the great Tao stage. For example, the Tao of the sword, the Tao of fire, and so on. And what was the heavenly Tao? It was very simple. The heavenly Tao was the way this world operated. A complete heavenly Tao should be formed from a complete great Tao and the laws of operation of this great Tao. It was precisely because it had more laws of operation than great Taos that the heavenly Tao was superior to great Taos. Just like a certain law in mathematics, this law corresponded to a great Tao, and the heavenly Tao was derived from this law itself. It could be applied to countless theories and inferences in countless places. The great Tao of explosive flames, great Tao of heavenly flames, great Tao of crimson flames, and so on that Zhou Tong had comprehended were actually part of the great Tao of Mars, combined with part of the laws of operation of the heavenly Tao. Now, Zhou Tong needed to organize the great Tao of explosive flames, great Tao of heavenly flames, great Tao of crimson flames, and all the other great Taos that he had comprehended. He needed to separate the laws of operation of the heavenly Tao from them, and then reassemble them into a complete great Tao of fire. Chapter 1252. On the sun, Zhou Tong had already transformed back into his human form from his phoenix body. He sat quietly on the sun, and at the same time, a rich golden-red light appeared on his body. This light was so dazzling that it made him look like a sun. The rich light that appeared on the surface of his body even covered the original brilliance of the sun. At this moment, Zhou Tong was like a brand new sun, the only sun. A unique power erupted from the rich golden-red light on his body. This was Zhou Tong's harvest in his third year on the sun, the power of fire. During these 3 years, Zhou Tong wholeheartedly analyzed every single grand Tao that he comprehended that was related to fire. He eliminated the grand Tao of heaven and combined the grand Tao of fire with the grand Tao of fire. Unknowingly, he'd already completely perfected the grand Tao of fire and successfully gave birth to the energy of fire. During these 3 years, he didn't have to deliberately think about how to draw upon even more energy of the heavens and the earth. To be more precise, he even had to intentionally eliminate the portion that drew upon the energy of the heavens and the earth, because that portion represented a portion of the heaven Tao and not something that originally belonged to the grand Tao of fire. The purer his heart was, the closer he was to the foundation of the great Tao of fire. Therefore, at the moment he completely comprehended the great Tao of fire, the power of fire was naturally born. This power of fire, which was like flowing water, caused the temperature of his flames to be higher, causing the explosive power of his flames to be more ferocious, and allowing his flames to burn more things. Power of fire. If I'm not wrong, my current power of fire should be at the 3rd level. Emperor, after so many years of comprehension of the great Tao of fire, my power of fire has accumulated a lot. Once I break through, it's at the 3rd level, Zhou Tong thought to himself. In this world, any power of X had 6 levels. The first level was called Silver Moon, which represented that his power of X had just entered the threshold and was beginning to bloom like moonlight. The second level was called Brilliant Sun, which represented that his power of X was already very deep and was as dazzling as the sun, shining brightly in the world. The third level was called Emperor, which was a realm where one was the most supreme. After cultivating to this realm, if one encountered a cultivator of the first or second level, even if their cultivation was higher, once they collided with the corresponding power of X, they would definitely not be a match for the third level. The fourth level was called Heart. The power of the sword was the heart of the sword. The power of the saber was the heart of the saber. Similarly, the power of the fire was the heart of the fire. The fifth level was called God. Sword God, saber God, fire God, and many other titles corresponded to their powers. The sixth level was the world. The power of fire at the third realm is already on par with the power of sword, saber, and heart force. Zhou Tong had fully comprehended the power of fire at the third realm, and now looked at his own body. A very obvious line had appeared between the Tai Chi of the saber and the sword. Previously, Zhou Tong had used the fire elemental Dao to separate the power of the blade and the power of the sword. However, at that time, he had not cultivated the power of fire. Therefore, the Tai Chi at that time had seemed perfect. In reality, however, the power of the saber and the power of the sword were still clashing. However, due to the layer of flames in the middle, the clash was still within Zhou Tong's control. However, now that the power of fire had been perfected, Zhou Tong's power of the saber and the power of the sword were completely separated. The two no longer clashed, and a pure feeling welled up in his heart. The power of the saber and the sword were even purer. Even the power of the saber and the power of the sword showed signs of advancing to the fourth realm. In the end, my foundation is still insufficient. It is difficult to enter the fourth realm. If I want to improve, I will have to experience countless battles. It's just as well. Comprehending the Tao during battles and growing through battles has always been my style. Zhou Tong said in his heart, speaking of endless battles, is there any place in this world that can compare to that place? He had already thought of a place in his heart, a place that could allow him to improve in battle. However, before that, I should go and see Qiming Daozu again. Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a while. Then he instantly transformed into a golden rainbow and left the sun. Qiming Daozu's training hall. Zhou Tong transformed into a golden rainbow and quickly arrived at the foot of the huge mountain in the chaotic void. The last time he came here, it was Shamong Sun who directly teleported him to the vicinity of the mountain peak. However, this time, Zhou Tong came alone. Naturally, he could only come to the foot of the mountain. Who are you? An armored celestial immortal asked directly. There were still many celestial immortals guarding Qiming Daozu's training hall. These celestial immortals could be considered as Qiming Daozu's disciples. I am Tribulation Flame. I have an important matter to discuss with Qiming Daozu. Zhou Tong said, Tribulation Flame God. The guard were naturally shocked. A few decades ago, Zhou Tong had overcome the pure, yang gold light lightning. By now, he had already become a legend of the three realms. As for the origin of this legend, the people of Dao Father Crimson Bright's lineage, they naturally knew this very well. Tribulation Flame God, please wait a moment. I will go and report to Daozu. A soldier immediately ran in to report to Qiming Daozu. Zhou Tong didn't say much. He nodded and stood quietly to the side, waiting. The celestial immortal left quickly and came quickly. He quickly flew out and gestured with his hand, saying, Daozu invites you. Please follow me, Tribulation Flame God. Qiming Daozu's training hall could not be flown at will. But since the celestial immortal had received Qiming Daozu's instructions, he was naturally an exception. He quickly flew to the top of the mountain with Zhou Tong and arrived at the teleportation formation. Then he stopped. Daozu only wants to see you, so I won't go up. I still have a duty today, so I'll take my leave first. The man pointed to the mountain path and quickly left. Zhou Tong nodded. He had been here once and was already very familiar with this place. He continued to advance along the mountain path. Soon, he saw the azure-haired Dao Father Crimson Bright. At this moment, Qiming Daozu was still sitting quietly on the big stone under the pine tree, quietly comprehending the way of heaven. Tribulation Flame greets Qiming Daozu. Zhou Tong bowed and said. Qiming Daozu opened his eyes and looked at Zhou Tong. He was shocked and said, Tribulation Flame, how many years has it been since we last met? The fire aura on your body has become much stronger. You even have a vague feeling that you have comprehended the way of heaven. You can't. Qiming Daozu was very shocked because when he saw Zhou Tong this time, he vaguely felt a trace of the way of heaven. He felt that the person in front of him seemed to have a deep understanding of the way of heaven. Even if he had not comprehended a complete way of heaven, the gap was not big. The way of fire is still a little short. Zhou Tong shook his head. In the past few years, after he had peeled off and fused the complete way of fire, he naturally had a new understanding of the way of heaven in this world. Now, he was not far from the complete way of fire. Absolutely stunning talent. Tao Father Crimson Bright sighed in amazement. But then he asked, "But why are you looking for me this time?" Chapter 1253. Qiming Daozu looked at Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong suddenly stretched out his arm, and a golden flame instantly appeared in his palm. Then, under Qiming Daozu's shocked gaze, the golden flame instantly turned into a ray of light and merged back into Zhou Tong's body. Sun Golden Flame, Sun Golden Rainbow. Qiming Daozu's eyes shone brightly with a look of disbelief. The golden sunstreaks of the golden crows were highly coveted by others. Over the course of countless years, many true gods and Tao Fathers had been researching them, wanting to create a divine ability that would allow them to tame the golden sunstreaks. However, without exception, all of them failed. But now, this method was actually researched by someone. Qiming Daozu quickly regained his composure. He was a little hesitant and asked, "Your method of taming the Sun Golden Rainbow, is it related to your phoenix body?" Zhou Tong nodded, then shook his head and said, "It's related and not related at the same time. My ability to tame the Sun Golden Rainbow is indeed related to my phoenix body. However, after taming it, I did create a divine ability that could allow others to tame the Sun Golden Flame as well. It's just that others don't have my phoenix body, so it might take a little longer. As for how long exactly, I'm not sure, because this divine ability has never been imparted to anyone. This time, I came to look for you because of this divine ability." As he spoke, Zhou Tong looked at Qiming Daozu. Zhou Tong naturally understood how terrifying his divine ability's power was. He also understood what this divine ability meant in the three realms, especially in such a tense situation. Qiming Daozu pondered for a while, then looked at Zhou Tong and said, "You want to use this divine ability to make a deal with me? What divine ability do you fancy, or what treasure do you fancy?" As he spoke, Qiming Daozu was also a little cautious. He knew very well what this divine ability meant, and he also knew very well how much this divine ability was worth. He thought that if it was a fair trade, it would be difficult for him to pay the price. "I want two things," Zhou Tong said. "What is it?" Qiming Daozu asked. Zhou Tong said, "For the first thing, I need materials that contain the essence of the 5 elements. Anything will do, as long as it contains the essence of the 5 elements. It's just that the amount will be a bit large." After saying that, Zhou Tong told Qiming Daozu about the quantity he needed. Qiming Daozu was taken aback. Then he looked at Zhou Tong suspiciously. His gaze lingered on Zhou Tong's hands for a moment. At this moment, he wondered if Zhou Tong was practicing the star-seizing hand. Qiming Daozu and Taoist Three Lives were good friends. He naturally knew how terrifying Taoist Three Lives' star-seizing hand was, and he also knew that training in it required an enormous amount of 5 elements essence. The most coincidental thing was that the amount of 5 elements essence Zhou Tong needed was actually the same as the amount required for the 5th revolution of the star-seizing hand. Sensing Qiming Daozu's suspicions, Zhou Tong didn't hide anything. He casually activated the star-seizing divine rune on his palm and pointed it in the air. Immediately, the void exploded with a boom. "It really is the star-seizing hand. So you are Three Lives' successor." Qiming Daozu sighed. His expression was somewhat sad. "Three Lives sigh, what a pity." Qiming Daozu suddenly recalled his old friend Taoist Three Lives and felt somewhat nostalgic. But after a while, he said, "The star-seizing hand is incomparably powerful, but it also requires a lot of 5 elements essence." "Fine, I will give you the 5 elements essence you need for the 5th revolution of the star-seizing hand." "What is the second thing?" Qiming Daozu asked. Zhou Tong straightened his expression and said, "I need a method to break through to the Zhu Shan realm." "Break through to the Zhu Shan realm." Qiming Daozu's pupils shrank, and his gaze instantly turned sharp. He stared at Zhou Tong with a trace of shock in his eyes. They did indeed have a method to break through to the Zushun realm. It was a method that Nuwa had created after the ancient war when she had broken through to the world god realm. It was called the unrestrained insight into the Zushun scroll. However, there were very, very few people in the three realms who knew about this technique. Only the core members of Nuwa's faction, the true god Daozu, knew about it. These true god Daozu were basically the type of true god who had made great contributions during the ancient war against the Seamless Gate. At this moment, the condition that Zhou Tong proposed really put Qiming Daozu in a difficult position. Qiming Daozu was silent for a while. Then he shook his head and smiled. If I had a method to break through to the Zushun realm, how could I have remained at the true god realm for so many years? Moreover, you are only a heavenly god now. The Zushun realm is too far away from you. You should cultivate peacefully for now. With your talent, you might be able to create a method to break through to the Zushun realm by yourself in the future. Fine, since there is no such method, I will change my condition. I need a secret doppelganger technique. The more doppelgangers I can create, the better. Zhou Tong looked at Qiming Daozu and proposed his second condition. The more doppelgangers, the better. Are you sure? Qiming Daozu looked at Zhou Tong in astonishment. I'm sure. Zhou Tong nodded. Qiming Daozu shook his head. I do know of a secret doppelganger technique. It is called the thousand-body scripture. This technique was brought to us by a foreign race in the primal chaos. Cultivating this technique will allow you to create 1,000 doppelgangers. Moreover, each doppelganger will have the same strength as the original body. However, although this divine ability is very powerful, it is merely a beginner. It requires a treasure called the Realm Core. We don't have such a treasure in our three realms, so there's no way to cultivate it. The Realm Core was a very strange treasure. It was an extremely small crystal formed after a chaotic world had experienced an incomparably long period of time. After the world had aged and been destroyed, everything had condensed into an extremely small crystal. And this kind of crystal was also the source of the next creation of a new chaos world. The so-called Realm Core was in essence the essence of a world. Even if you do acquire the Thousand Bodies Sutra from me, it will be a useless technique. Without a world heart, there's no way for you to train in it. Do you really need a technique like this? Tao Father Crimson Bright asked Zhou Tong once more. Aren't divine abilities meant to be improved upon by others? Zhou Tong said, perhaps the Realm Core is a treasure that is required in the traditional way. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that it can't be improved upon and replaced with something else. Fine, since you have made up your mind, I will pass this thousand-body scripture to you. Seeing that Zhou Tong was still so insistent, Qiming Daozu stretched out his hand and tapped out, causing a streak of light to instantly merge into Zhou Tong's heart. This was the cultivation technique of the thousand-body scripture. After doing all this, Tao Father Crimson Bright casually took out a brocade pouch. He handed the brocade pouch to Zhou Tong and said, inside this pouch are the materials you need to cultivate the fifth cycle of the star-seizing hand. Zhou Tong accepted the brocade pouch, then condensed a streak of light with his consciousness and sent it to Qiming Daozu's side. This is the technique I created. Qiming Daozu carefully browsed through Zhou Tong's technique and couldn't help but applaud Zhou Tong's idea. Many of the ideas contained within were things that he had never even considered before. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. So it could be done like this. This divine ability can actually tame the golden sun rainbow in such a way. No, rather than calling it taming, it would be better to call it partial taming. It can actually simulate the golden crow in such a way. The more Qiming Daozu comprehended, the more delighted he became. What an incredible divine ability. I didn't think that you would be able to tame the golden sun rainbow in such a way. This is unimaginable. Qiming Daozu couldn't help but sigh in admiration. However, this method of transforming the divine body is indeed a bit slow, If it weren't for the fact that you are a divine bird of fire, I'm afraid that it would take a bit longer. There are no problems with the divine ability. I'll take my leave now. Zhou Tong immediately bid farewell to Qi Ming Daozu. Chapter 1254. After leaving Qi Ming Daozu's training hall, Zhou Tong quickly entered the star-seizing estate. He immediately sat down in the lotus position within the main hall of the estate, then took out all of the 5 elements essences which Qi Ming Daozu had given him. Instantly, the giant yellow bear excitedly called out, "With these 5 elements essences, the 5th cycle of the star-seizing hand will be completed. We'll be able to see what Master left behind." Zhou Tong immediately began to activate the 5th cycle of the star-seizing hand. Instantly, the 5 elements essences within the countless treasures began to wildly converge towards Zhou Tong's hands. Moments later, all of the treasures on the floor began to dim. Right at this moment, a 5-colored light flashed through Zhou Tong's hands. The light slowly dissipated, and everything returned to normal. The 5th cycle of the star-seizing hand had been completed. Zhou Tong carefully inspected his hands. The power of his hands had already reached the absolute limit of protocosmic spirit treasures. They were infinitely close to chaos treasures. In this world, there were 9 different levels of magic treasures used by world-level cultivators and below. The lowest level were unranked magic treasures, which were used by Hotian and Xiantian cultivators. After there were mortal-ranked magic treasures used by Zifu disciples, earth-ranked magic treasures used by Wanxiang adepts, heaven-ranked magic treasures used by primal Taoists, immortal-ranked magic treasures used by void-level earth immortals, and pure yang magic treasures used by true immortals and Empyrean gods. Above them were protocosmic spirit treasures. However, generally speaking, protocosmic spirit treasures had very strong self-awareness. Unless they were acknowledged by the owner, no one below Zhu Shun would be able to use them. Once they were acknowledged, however, even low-level Xiantian and Zifu disciples would be able to use them. Above them were chaos treasures. Generally speaking, these are the magic treasures used by Zhu Shun and Zhu Xian. Generally speaking, world gods and chaos immortals would use Tao weapons. The 5th cycle of this star-seizing hand was already infinitely close to the chaos treasures used by Zhu Shun. This level of power was worthy of its status as one of the top 10 divine abilities of the 3 realms. The 5th cycle of the star-seizing hand has finally been completed. The giant yellow bear was extremely excited. The 5th transformation is easy to deal with, but the 6th transformation is troublesome. I have to think of a way to improve it, Zhou Tong said softly as he tested the power of his hands. The nearby giant yellow bear nodded. It knew exactly what had happened when Daoist 3 Lives had mastered the 6th cycle of the star-seizing hand. All those years ago, Daoist 3 Lives had been lucky enough to come across one of the most miraculous pieces of star metal in the primordial chaos. After studying the Star Golden Stone for countless years, he finally managed to cultivate the 6th transference of the star-seizing hand, using the Star Golden Stone and a vast amount of chaos materials. Without the Star Golden Stone, it was basically impossible to cultivate the 6th revolution. One would have to modify the 6th revolution according to the characteristics of the divine ability itself. The 6th revolution requires one to be at least at the true divinity realm to cultivate. Don't think too much about it. Let's go and see what treasures Master left behind. The yellow bear was very curious. Last time, when Zhou Tong had become an Empyrean god, he had gone to one of the secret rooms in the depths of the star-seizing manor. However, Daoist 3 Lives had set up a large number of restrictive spells within that room, and only the star-seizing hand would be able to undo them. If he tried to forcibly break through the restrictive spells, it was extremely likely that the items within would be destroyed. This was why Zhou Tong hadn't done anything yet. Soon, Zhou Tong once more arrived at the last place within the star-seizing manor that he had yet to touch. He stared at the glowing restrictive spells, then reached out with his hand. Boom! The power of the star-seizing hand instantly exploded forth. His palm instantly expanded to several hundred meters in size, and as it swept through the air, it was as though the heavens themselves were crushing down. The power of the fifth revolution of the star-seizing hand was absolutely terrifying. As soon as his palm touched the restrictive spells instantly began to swirl with light, and runes similar to the divine star-seizing tattoo appeared atop them. Rumble! The divine star-seizing tattoo on the restrictive spells was identical to the one on Zhou Tong's palm. The password was correct. The restrictive spells instantly dissipated, revealing a wooden door behind them. Kriek! Zhou Tong stepped forward and pushed open the wooden door that had been sealed for countless years. As soon as he entered, the scene before him instantly changed. There was a prayer mat within the room, upon which sat a bald, one-armed man. This was Taoist Three Lives. This was an image that Taoist Three Lives had left behind before he died. He had left behind some last words, which he hoped that his successors would be able to bring his star-seizing hand to greater heights, and that they would also be able to treat the fiend gods he had left behind within the star-seizing world with kindness. After leaving behind these last words, Taoist Three Lives' body disappeared. Right at this moment, Zhou Tong noticed that there were 3 boxes in front of the prayer mat. With a wave of his hand, he opened all 3 boxes. The box on the left was filled with pearls that emanated a terrifying aura of power. The box in the middle was filled with a palm-sized wooden boat. The box on the right was filled with a small golden pagoda. As soon as the boxes were opened, a bald little monk appeared atop the golden pagoda. He looked towards Zhou Tong. "You are the new manor lord of the star-seizing manor. The star-seizing manor finally has someone to inherit it. I've been trapped here for who knows how many years. I've long since grown tired of it." An old man who looked like an old farmer appeared on top of the wooden boat. He leisurely said, "What's the rush? Take your time." Finally, a child with a sharp gaze appeared on top of the countless pearls. His sharp gaze was like a divine sword as he stared at Zhou Tong. "You're finally here." These 3 people were the spirits of magical treasures. These magical treasures were the most unique of all innate spiritual treasures. Naturally, they also possessed the most powerful spirituality. They were almost like living creatures, and they could even cultivate. Although Zhou Tong already knew about these magical treasures, he still went through the motions and asked, "Everyone, please introduce yourselves." Immediately after, the 3 magic treasures quickly explained their origins and abilities. The small wooden boat was called the Void Boat. It was an innate spiritual treasure that had been nurtured after 84,000 years by the condensation of a wisp of pure energy and the essence of the world. It was capable of shattering the void. As for the second golden pagoda, it was called the 9 Lives Pagoda. This treasure was also used for fleeing. After binding this pagoda, one would be able to use the energy within the pagoda to create 9 clones. These 9 clones would all possess the same level of power and would be able to flee. The only downside was that they wouldn't be able to fight against others. These 9 clones were meant to confuse the enemy in times of danger. In the past, Taoist Three Lives had wanted to bring this treasure into the battlefield, but in the end he gave up. In that sort of battlefield, enemies would be everywhere, and the 9 Lives Pagoda wouldn't be of much use. Thus, he decided to leave it to his descendants. As for the final treasure, it was that pearl. This was a supreme treasure of the Tao of Slaughter, which was extremely difficult to control. This was the only offensive treasure which Taoist Three Lives had left behind. After finishing his self-introduction, the child said in a mocking tone, "If you can't control me, then you should return me to Taoist 3 purities as soon as possible and trade me for a magic treasure that you can use." Chapter 1255. "You think I won't be able to control you?" Zhou Tong chuckled. The child continued to have a mocking look on his face. "We'll talk about that after you can bind me. Then just watch." Zhou Tong couldn't be bothered to say anything else. With but a thought, all of the pearls flew into the air, and it was as though a dazzling river of stars had suddenly appeared within the room, glowing brightly. There were a total of 3,600 pearls. Zhou Tong's divine power and divine sense enveloped all 3,600 pearls, instantly binding all of them and leaving his soul imprint within them. Protocosmic spirit treasures were the easiest to bind, but also the hardest to bind. They were hard to bind because they contained the spirit of a spiritual treasure. So long as the spirit of a spiritual treasure resisted, even a true God would find it hard to bind them. They were easy to bind because they contained the spirit of a spiritual treasure. So long as the spirit of a spiritual treasure didn't resist, even a mortal would be able to bind them. In the instant that Zhou Tong bound the 3,600 pearls, he instantly sensed an extremely profound restrictive spell contained within them. This restrictive spell is so profound, Zhou Tong couldn't help but feel rather surprised. An incomparably profound restrictive spell. An incomparably vast restrictive spell. Right at this moment, the spirit of the spiritual treasure spoke out once more, its voice as cold and arrogant as ever. Do you see how terrifying this restrictive spell is? There are countless stars within the primordial chaos. When stars fall, the essence they leave behind will naturally condense into crystalline cores. When Pangu created the world, these crystalline cores naturally entered the primordial world, where they were nourished by the newly born Pangu world. Once more, they transformed, and thus became the golden star pearls we know today. Every single one of the 3,600 golden star pearls is a protocosmic spirit treasure and can transform into anything. They can transform into blades, spears, swords, halberds, bows, axes, and tridents. When the 3,600 golden star pearls resonate with each other, they reach the peak of protocosmic spirit treasure power. The spirit of the treasure was quite proud of its origins, then continued. Afterwards, Taoist three purities acquired the 3,600 gold star beads. When Taoist three purities had mastered yin and yang and was roaming the primordial chaos, he encountered a great stroke of fortune and discovered the 9 chaos seals. Taoist three purities discovered that the 9 chaos seals were incomparably profound, and so he wiped away all of the seals which had been placed on my body. He then branded the 9 chaos seals onto my body and fused them into the gold star bead. Henceforth, the might of this set of star gold beads skyrocketed. However, the 9 chaos seals are too profound and profound. Throughout the ancient times, no one was able to completely refine them. The child continued to stare arrogantly at Zhou Tong. Even when Taoist three purities asked the goddess Nuwa to give it a try, the goddess Nuwa failed. Of course, goddess Nuwa has only been pondering for 3 years. I believe that if she had been studying it for so long, she would have already refined it. However, compared to goddess Nuwa, even Taoist three purities was only able to completely refine the 7 chaos seals. However, he used me as a reference and created the number 1 supreme treasure of the Tao of Slaughter in the 3 realms, the immortal slaying sword formation. However, the immortal slaying sword formation was only a fusion of the mysteries of the 7 chaos seals. It can't compare to my 9 chaos seals at all. The child explained his history to Zhou Tong. He was still as arrogant as ever, and he hoped that Zhou Tong would be willing to return the 3,600 gold star beads to Taoist three purities. All right, I understand where you came from now. Let me give it a try, Zhou Tong said. Zhou Tong knew even more about the origins of the 9 chaos seals than the spirit of the gold star beads. The 9 chaos seals had been left behind by an autarch, and they represented the blood, sweat, and tears of an autarch's life. Above world gods were Samsara Dowlords. Samsara Dowlords walked the line between life and death with every step they took, but once they overcame the death tribulation and succeeded in their Tao merge, they would become eternal emperors. If one could build upon the foundations of an eternal emperor, one would be able to give birth to 10,000 Taos. Only then would one be able to reach the highest level of cultivation in this universe, the autarchs. Things left behind by autarchs were naturally very hard to refine. Upon hearing Zhou Tong say that he wanted to refine them, the spirit of the gold star beads said, "You need to refine at least a single seal before you can just barely control me. Otherwise, if I fall into your hands, I'll just be a bead that you can use to smash people. For Empyrean gods and true immortals like you, only a small number of those with the highest levels of comprehension will be able to bind a single chaos seal. Even Tao Fathers will be able to bind 3 chaos seals at most. Taoist 3 purities was only able to refine 7 over the course of countless years." Zhou Tong couldn't be bothered to listen to the spirit of the gold star beads boast. He immediately began to refine the chaos seals. Rumble, the 3,600 gold star beads hovered in front of Zhou Tong. Dark golden light swirled around the surface of the beads, constantly changing and transforming as though there was no end to them. These were the 9 chaos seals which the autarchs had created. These seals were constantly changing and transforming, as though there was no end to them. They were like an irrational number, infinite and without any pattern whatsoever. Unless one was able to grasp the essence of them, there was no way to refine them. Even Taoist 3 purities had been stunned when he had first seen these 9 chaos seals. He had spent a total of 120,000 years before successfully memorizing the 9 chaos seals and branding them onto the gold star beads. However, he had only memorized them. He hadn't been able to refine them. Endless transformations. Actually, all Daos and arts are capable of such transformations. Zhou Tong focused all of his attention on these seals. These chaos seals seemed as though they were based on a set of rules that were based on the endless transformations of the 9 chaos seals. They were like the irrational numbers of mathematics. For example, 1, 414. No matter how one wrote it, there was no end to it. Even if all the paper in the world was written on it, there would still be no end to it. However, if one were to find a pattern, it would be the square root of 2. However, the first chaos seal isn't that hard. Zhou Tong only meditated for an hour before he quickly refined the first level of the chaos seal and gained complete control over it. At the same time, Zhou Tong opened his eyes and stared at the gold star beads in front of him. Condense. Instantly, all 3,600 gold star beads began to move. Every 100 beads fused together, and in the blink of an eye, the 3,600 gold star beads had become 36. Boom! The 36 gold star beads instantly exploded with divine might. A terrifying aura of power erupted from the 36 gold star beads, filling the entire room. What? So fast? How could it be so fast? You were able to form 36 heavens in just an hour. The spirit of the gold star bead stared at Zhou Tong in astonishment, a look of disbelief on its face. The first few layers of these seals are all quite simple. This is just the beginning. Keep watching. Zhou Tong closed his eyes and continued to refine the seals. Yes, master. The spirit of the gold star bead no longer dared to put on airs. Even the way it addressed Zhou Tong had changed. Chapter 1256. The second seal was clearly countless times more difficult than the first seal. Even Zhou Tong had to spend half a day before he was able to fully comprehend the first seal. Come out. Zhou Tong immediately pulled out his gold star bead, causing it to transform into its original form of 3,600 beads. As Zhou Tong's divine power surged forth, the 3,600 gold star beads instantly began to light up. The divine runes on their surface began to transform, emanating a mysterious aura. Every single gold star bead was clearly much more powerful than before, and their auras were far more terrifying than before. Incredible! He was able to break through 2 seals in just half a day. This speed isn't much slower than Goddess Nuwas. The spirit of the gold star bead was wildly overjoyed. Zhou Tong's performance was already far superior to that of its previous master, Taoist 3 purities. Condense. With but a thought, Zhou Tong caused the 3,600 gold star beads to quickly fuse together, transforming into the 36 heavens in the blink of an eye. However, The 36 heavens were now far more terrifying than before. In particular, Zhou Tong could vaguely sense something extremely mysterious about the 36 heavens that was hovering around him. This made it so that Zhou Tong could clearly sense that each of the 36 gold star beads was like a sun. Although they were still beads on the surface and didn't emit any light or heat, when he focused on them, he felt as though they were miniature suns. When it was my turn, the second seal was actually fire. Zhou Tong almost subconsciously transformed the 36 heavens into cauldrons. The flames within the cauldrons burned brightly, emanating an incomparably mysterious aura of fire. Looking at them was like looking at the grand Tao of fire. The second seal truly is terrifying. Different people will sense different things. Zhou Tong sighed in amazement. In the original work, when Ning had mastered the second seal, he had sensed destiny because at that time he had been meditating on the various aspects of the mortal world. When he had mastered the third seal, however, he had sensed slaughter because at that time his rage had reached the heavens and he had been wantonly slaughtering the seamless gate. However, Zhou Tong was different. When he comprehended the second restriction, he had just comprehended the great Tao of fire and perfected the third level of the power of fire. Now, the second restriction allowed Zhou Tong to comprehend fire. So that's how it is. So this is fire. Zhou Tong stopped trying to comprehend the restrictions. Instead, he tried to comprehend the grand Tao of fire and the power of fire again. Through the 36 cauldrons, he further comprehended the power of fire. In just a short moment, his power of fire had improved. Although it still hadn't reached the fourth level, it was now at the peak of the third level. He was only one step away from the fourth level. Maybe I don't even need to fight. I can directly enter the fourth level of the power of fire. Zhou Tong sensed a little and was very surprised. He did not expect that comprehending the 9 chaos seals would allow his power of fire to have such a huge improvement. Continue. The third restriction. Maybe it will allow me to improve further. Zhou Tong placed all his hopes on the third restriction. Maybe comprehending the third restriction would allow his power of fire to enter the fourth level. He continued to comprehend the 9 chaos restrictions. The difficulty of the third chaos seal had obviously increased by another dimension. Even though Zhou Tong had racked his brains and spent 3 months to completely comprehend it. Boom, boom, boom. The star gold beads all flew up as if they had turned into stars in the sky. As Zhou Tong refined them, the aura emitted by each star gold bead became stronger and stronger. Their aura increased rapidly until each star gold bead's aura was stronger than an ordinary top-grade innate magic treasure. Only then did the increase gradually stop. After the third restriction, the power of this set of magic treasures was truly displayed. Each of the 3,600 star gold beads was no worse than an ordinary top-grade innate magic treasure. Such a set of magic treasures, even if they didn't form the 36 heavens, could erupt with monstrous power just by using some formations. The third restriction is finally refined. Zhou Tong closed his eyes and quietly felt the changes in his body. The moment he refined the primal chaos seal, a strange aura was triggered. At this moment, Zhou Tong felt as if a hole had suddenly been pierced through the dark clouds in the sky. A ray of dazzling sunlight shone down from the sky. This feeling, almost in an instant, Zhou Tong grasped that mysterious and unpredictable fluctuation. His heart was completely immersed in the great Tao of fire. He was constantly searching for the true essence of the great Tao of fire and the profound meaning of the great Tao of fire. He was pondering and comprehending. His understanding of fire from other worlds surged into his mind, allowing him to distinguish which ones could be used in this world and which ones could not be used in this world. In addition, the fire control techniques of the Desolate Era world and many other techniques were also completely mastered at this moment. Without a sound, the power of fire around Zhou Tong's body began to change. The originally golden red power of fire instantly turned into a golden color, a dazzling golden color. This is the so-called heart of fire. A strange emotion emerged in Zhou Tong's heart. He seemed to be moved, but also surprised and happy. This was the first time Zhou Tong had comprehended such a thing. The Tao of other worlds had never had such an understanding. The heart of fire. It made his fire become his heart, and his heart become fire. This was a mysterious and indescribable state. Especially at this moment, he felt a strange feeling vaguely appeared in his divine body. There seemed to be a hint of desire in his body. The originally perfect divine body was yearning to move forward and evolve further. In the process of comprehending, I'm actually about to break through to the true God realm. Not only will my power of fire break through, even my cultivation base will have to break through. With a thought, Zhou Tong immediately suppressed his breakthrough. Previously, although he was confident that he could break through to the true God realm at any time, he was confident that he could do so by himself. But now, he had to suppress his realm. Otherwise, he would naturally break through. Now was not the time for him to break through to the true God realm. At the very least, he had to make a trip to that place. It's time to go. Zhou Tong stood up. Master, aren't you going to continue comprehending the 9 chaos seals? You've comprehended the 3rd layer in 3 months. If you continue, you might be able to comprehend the 4th layer. The Spirit of the Star Gold Bead asked. Not for now. I'm only a heavenly god now. Let's wait until I break through to the true God realm. Zhou Tong replied casually. Then, he directly left the star-seizing mansion and walked into the depths of chaos. Chapter 12:57. There was an enormous star that emanated a gentle light that illuminated the endless primordial chaos. This star was very similar to the lunar star of the 3 realms, and within this star was an enormous pool of water so vast that not even divine sense could see the end of it. It was a star that was similar to the lunar star, and it had a pool of water that reflected the moon. This place was Undermoon Lake. Zhou Tong had come here after mastering the 3rd level of the Chaos Seals. Undermoon Lake. This is a secret realm which world god Northrest established countless years ago. World god Northrest left behind his legacy here. Zhou Tong arrived here, staring at the distant moon in the sky. Undermoon Lake was a very strange place. Only Empyrean gods were permitted to enter. As for true gods who were above Empyrean gods, if they entered the waters of the lake, they would immediately feel a terrifying, repulsive force that would prevent them from truly entering Undermoon Lake. This was the reason why Zhou Tong had suppressed his own power. If he didn't suppress his power, once he broke through to the true God level, he would no longer be able to enter this place. Undermoon Lake was one of the greatest sources of fortune in the 3 realms. One could break through to the true God level at any time, but if one missed this opportunity, it would be gone forever. Plop! Zhou Tong instantly dove into the waters of Undermoon Lake. Instantly, he felt a strange ripple of power sweep past him, and then space-time changed. Zhou Tong instantly appeared in the air above a strange reef. He slowly floated down, landing atop the reef. Countless waves were crashing against the reef, causing silvery white water to splash everywhere. In the sky, a silver moon covered the entire world. In front of him, there was a wooden bridge that floated above the sea. One end of the bridge was connected to the reef, while the other end led deep into the sea. So this is the Undermoon Lake, which world god Northrest established. It really does have some mysteries. Zhou Tong used both his divine sense and his heart force to test it out, but it was useless. He was unable to extend his divine sense too far. He didn't waste any time. He immediately flew off into the distance along the wooden bridge. Voila! Just as Zhou Tong was flying, a green head suddenly emerged from the water. Looking at Zhou Tong flying in the air, its eyes carried a trace of excitement, and traces of killing intent burst out. This was a jade-green humanoid creature. It looked a bit like a yiksha. It wielded a pitchfork and quickly disappeared into the distance. Then, it reappeared in the sea 100,000 kilometers away, silently lurking in front of Zhou Tong. His pair of dark red eyes looked at Zhou Tong as he excitedly muttered to himself, "How rare, how rare. It's been countless years since I've met a prey. I hope you're stronger, or else it'll be too boring." Kill. The jade-green humanoid creature suddenly turned into a stream of light and flew out of the sea. It held a steel fork and attacked Zhou Tong. There was an explosion in the void as it tore through the sky. This was a heavenly god-level existence. Its strength was extraordinary. Moreover, it was attacking at such a close distance. It would definitely shock many heavenly gods. Zhou Tong's eyes flashed. After seeing the creature clearly, he immediately attacked. Crack! Under the Yiksha's shocked gaze, Zhou Tong grabbed the pitchfork with one hand. Then, with a powerful shake, the pitchfork broke into 4 pieces. Then, he raised his hand and pointed out with his sword finger. An earth-shattering sword light slashed out. Puffed. The Yiksha was directly split apart. Then, its body turned into water and merged into the sea below. It didn't even have a chance to say a word. This creature was directly killed by Zhou Tong with a single strike. Zhou Tong glanced at it. He didn't pay too much attention to it and continued forward. At the same time, on the other side. Haha, interesting, interesting. I can't even say a word, and I've already lost a doppelganger. This person's divine body and sword Dao are both very strong. Ha ha ha. This kind of opponent is more interesting. Kill. Kill. Countless screams came from all directions. The entire sky above the sea was filled with countless screams. In the blink of an eye, more than 500 Yiksha-like creatures surrounded him at the same time. However, due to the language barrier, Zhou Tong couldn't understand what this creature was saying. He only knew that the first stage of the Undermoon Lake had arrived. Kill. Zhou Tong didn't take out any weapons. He just pointed out with his sword finger. Then, sword chi swept out and directly charged into the group of Yikshas. Boom! Like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, Zhou Tong attacked one Yiksha with his sword. None of the Yikshas were a match for Zhou Tong. He moved unhindered in this group of Yikshas. However, there was something strange about this group of Yikshas. After Zhou Tong's sword finger cut open their bodies, they turned into water and reformed. However, it was obvious that after they reformed, their strength was much weaker. They are somewhat similar to those Dao soldier puppets that I encountered when I first entered the star-seizing manor. They should be of a higher level. Zhou Tong fought as he pondered over the origins of these creatures. You deserve to die. An angry roar came from the group of Yikshas. All of the Yikshas instantly retreated. They all floated in midair and glared at Zhou Tong. Then, they began to merge. The number of Yikshas in midair decreased. As they merged, the color of these Yikshas changed. Previously, they were jade green. Then, they became dark green. Then, they became black. Then, they became dark gold. When all of the Yikshas merged, they instantly transformed into a giant golden Yiksha that was at least 30 meters tall. This golden Yiksha's strength was comparable to that of a god. To be able to make my true body fight, you can be considered a peerless talent. Over countless years, more than 1,000 Empyrean gods died before they could see me. And the number of Empyrean gods that died by my true body's hands is more than 2,000. The golden Yiksha flipped its hand and a steel pitchfork appeared. To be able to die by my true body's hands is your honor. You bunch of Empyrean gods, all of you want the treasures left behind by my master. You think it'll be that easy? If you want the treasures, then hand over your life. The golden Yiksha roared. Its speed exploded as it brandished its pitchfork and attacked. You're courting death. Zhou Tong snorted coldly. He also attacked. He swung his fist and met the steel pitchfork head-on. Boom! This attack caused the heavens to shatter and the earth to split. Giant waves surged into the sky. The entire sea region experienced an unimaginable collapse. This was the first time Zhou Tong had used the star-seizing hand to such an extent. This punch seemed to contain the terrifying power of the sun, moon, and stars. It was as if a meteor had fallen and crashed down. Puffed. In the blink of an eye, the golden yiksha was sent flying by Zhou Tong's attack. Then, its body disintegrated in midair and transformed back into more than 500 yikshas. Good fellow, you actually managed to injure my true body with a single attack. You've passed this trial that I've been guarding. However, I'm only the weakest guard left behind by my master. The old guys behind me are all stronger than me. After being injured, the yiksha did not pursue. Instead, it left behind a sentence and quickly left. Chapter 1258. He continued to advance. After flying for roughly half a day, a beautiful island appeared before Zhou Tong's eyes. This was an island that was perpetually covered in snow. The natural energy of the world on this island seemed to be under the control of some sort of power, causing the island to be constantly covered in snow. At the center of this snowy island was a palace that was 3,000 meters tall. I finally reached the first island. A hint of joy appeared on Zhou Tong's face. The yiksha from before had been too weak. The next guardian would most likely be very powerful, enough to give him a good fight. Zhou Tong stepped onto the island, entering the palace with a single step. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a cool breeze blew past, followed by a blur that instantly attacked him. Zhou Tong stood there calmly, just reaching out with his arm. As he did so, his palms suddenly expanded in size, then smashed towards the blur. With an enormous bang, the blur trembled violently, and then, as though he had been struck by lightning, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body cracked apart as he was sent flying backwards. Don't piss me off. Zhou Tong couldn't be bothered to pay any attention to this Empyrean god. He continued to advance. The blur circulated his divine power, healing his body slightly. His frenzied expression calmed down slightly, but he was rather hesitant. Why was Snow Fiend so powerful this time? He defeated me with a single blow? The Empyrean god stared at Zhou Tong's back, only to discover that Zhou Tong didn't seem to care about him at all. All he wanted to do was pass through the entire island. Instantly, he understood. I know. He's a newcomer. Someone else has arrived. And given how powerful he is, perhaps he is the second Buddha, Jueming? In the three realms, only a single person had ever successfully made it out of Undermoon Lake. That person was Buddha Jueming. Although this snowy island was quite large, Empyrean gods were extremely fast. Zhou Tong instantly reached the end of the island. There was a wooden bridge at the end of the island, which seemed to lead to the next island. Just as Zhou Tong was about to step onto the bridge, a voice rang out from behind him. Fellow Taoist, please wait a moment. Zhou Tong turned his head and looked at that heavenly deity. What? Haven't you suffered enough? You still want to fight me? No. Fellow Taoist, you worry too much. The god of heaven immediately shook his head and told Zhou Tong his thoughts. He wanted to enter Zhou Tong's heavenly abode and leave this place with him. The Empyrean gods who entered Undermoon Lake would not be able to leave unless they cleared the stage. Not only could he not leave, but there would also be gatekeepers entering this place every once in a while to fight with him. Furthermore, the gatekeepers were stronger and stronger each time. If he continued to stay here, it would be equivalent to a slow death. However, without clearing the level, he could not leave the island. The only thing he could hope for was that someone among the later arrivals would be able to leave this island and then take them into the heavenly abode magic treasure and take them away together. Zhou Tong nodded and placed this heavenly god into his Zhaixing manor. Then, he stepped onto the wooden bridge that led to the second island. Near the snow island, the seawater was frozen. In the instant that Zhou Tong stepped onto the island, the snowflakes falling from the skies suddenly became much heavier. In the distant skies, countless snowflakes began to condense, transforming into a completely white ape. In its hands was a snow-white staff. The ape stood there in mid-air, its gaze piercing through the snowflakes to fall upon Zhou Tong. Another little fellow? Don't disappoint me. The white ape's strange laughter echoed throughout the skies. At the same time, it shot through the skies, wielding the snow-white staff in both hands as it chopped down toward Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong's palms began to glow with light as the divine star-plucking tattoo appeared. He pushed out with his palm, causing a terrifying amount of power to shake the skies and surge forward like a tidal wave. It was incredibly powerful. However, in the face of Zhou Tong's palm strike, the white ape staff instantly transformed from its hardness to its softness. With a light twirl, it was able to dissipate more than half of the power of the palm strike. The power of Taiji? A hint of joy appeared in Zhou Tong's eyes. This was the first time in this world that he had come into contact with a power other than the power of saber, sword, arrow, heart, and fire. At the same time that the ape changed its moves, Zhou Tong's moves also changed abruptly. The palm that was originally as heavy as a mountain instantly revealed its sharpness like a divine sword. At the same time, the power that had been surging forward like a tidal wave suddenly turned into a pushing force, pushing Zhou Tong's palm forward. Zhou Tong's palm directly pierced through the white ape's body. Then, the white ape's body instantly dissipated, turning into snowflakes that filled the skies. At the same time, the white ape's voice sounded. Good, good. With such strength, you are qualified to fight with me. Come, I'll wait for you in front of the road. This white ape was still just a doppelganger used to test the opponent's strength. This ape is also somewhat belligerent. Zhou Tong chuckled. The apes in every world had this kind of personality, belligerent. He continued forward, and before long, he saw a golden ape sitting cross-legged on the wooden bridge, blocking his path. There was also a golden staff beside him, which exuded a strong pressure. You're finally here. The golden ape suddenly opened its eyes, and its battle-intense sword. It looked at Zhou Tong and said, Come, let me see what you're capable of. Looks like I'll have to use a weapon in this battle. Zhou Tong stared at the golden ape and said. At the same time, one of the 36 heavens that the star gold bead had merged with appeared in his palm, turning into a divine sword. The tip of the sword spat out a golden light that soared into the skies. Zhou Tong instantly swung the sword down. After reaching the third realm of sword power, it had completely erupted and turned into a brilliant golden color. Clang! The divine sword hummed, and the sword light soared into the skies. The golden sword power cut through eternity. Zhou Tong's sword was indomitable, and its aura was like a rainbow. It was unusually bright. The third realm of sword power? Interesting. The golden ape's expression was solemn. It held the staff with both hands and shook it in the air, buzz. The long staff shook the void, and in an instant, mysterious circles appeared in the void. Black and white airflow flowed around the long staff like a Tai Chi symbol. Boom! Then, the golden ape instantly smashed the staff onto Zhou Tong's divine sword. Even though the divine sword contained the third realm of sword power, the staff still shattered the sword aura. The aftershock even caused Zhou Tong to retreat more than 100 miles. The golden ape's Tai Chi force was at least at the fourth realm. It was normal that Zhou Tong's third realm of sword power couldn't block it. Haha, don't tell me that's all you've got. Come again. The golden ape gained the upper hand in one move and immediately charged at Zhou Tong. Its trajectory was also very strange. It was all kinds of curves. This was also a movement technique that evolved from the Tai Chi force. Chapter 1259. What a profound Taiji power. Zhou Tong only took a quick glance and immediately understood the profundity of the golden ape's movement technique. However, at this moment, Zhou Tong was currently in the Taiji state of saber, sword, and fire. He was very repulsed by the other great Tao laws, so he could only comprehend the Tao of saber, Tao of sword, and Tao of fire. It was very difficult for him to comprehend the Taiji power that was a fusion of yin and yang. However, I can't comprehend it, then I'll use my sword, my saber, and my fire to feel it. Fight! Zhou Tong roared and charged at the golden ape. He still held the divine sword in his right hand. At the same time, one of the star gold beads of the 36 heavens flew out and turned into a saber that landed in Zhou Tong's left hand. He held the saber in his left hand and the sword in his right as he roared, "Fight! Fight! Fight!" His voice was loud, and the sounds of battle resounded through the nine heavens. Every time he roared out the word "fight," his battle intent would surge. Saber and sword chi would sweep through the world. "Ha, good timing." The golden ape roared and twisted the golden staff in his hand. The black and white air currents swirled and turned into a whirlpool, sucking in Zhou saber and sword at the same time. Then he raised his staff and swung it down. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of the saber, sword, and staff clashing rang out continuously. Every collision shattered a large amount of ice on the surface of the sea. Zhou brandished his saber and sword, tearing through the air. His sword and saber trembled with unparalleled sharpness. The golden sword light and the dark red saber aura tore through the void. Everything in their path was like a thin piece of paper, sliced apart with a single slash. On the other side, black and white air currents swirled on the golden ape's staff. The Taiji power that had reached the fourth level clashed with Zhou saber and sword. Black and white filled the world, instantly drowning out Zhou saber and sword. Saber light, sword shadows, and sound of collision. Zhou and the golden ape's figures constantly changed as they fought fiercely on the frozen surface of the sea. The collision between the saber, the sword, and the staff resulted in a destructive force surging in all directions. However, the golden ape's Tai Chi power was still at the fourth level. His level, 3 saber power and sword power were no match for it. The situation was getting more and more dangerous. Boom! At this time, Zhou no longer hid his own power of fire. Violent flames burst out from his body. His left hand was the power of the saber, his right hand was the power of the sword, and Zhou, who was in the middle, was the flame, a flame that could split the saber and sword. In that instant, he seemed to have comprehended something that he had never comprehended before. Inspiration burst forth in an instant, and his body turned into a phoenix that soared through the 9 heavens. Engulfed in divine flames, he charged straight at the golden ape. The ferocious explosive force and the supreme sharpness all turned into flames at this moment and soared into the sky. At this moment, there was nothing that could stop him. With his unstoppable power, all obstacles before him would be destroyed by him. Crack! The golden ape swung his staff down, and the black and white Tai Chi power spun. However, all of this was destroyed by Zhou flames in an extremely violent way. Almost instantly, the golden ape's body exploded. However, a moment later, his body reformed at the side, but it was much weaker. He looked at Zhou in shock. I won." Zhou turned back into his human form and stood in front of the golden ape. "Not bad, you won." The golden ape looked at Zhou in amazement. "When you took out your saber and sword, I realized that you might not be cultivating the sword Dao, but something else. So it's the fire elemental Dao." The golden ape sighed. Using the fire elemental Dao to encompass the saber and sword is indeed the best path. The level 4 fire elemental Dao is indeed too powerful. Move on. There's still a few stronger gatekeepers in front of me. With your strength, you should be able to clear at least one more island. The golden ape gave a final warning before disappearing from sight. Zhou was stunned. This golden ape was actually willing to say so much. He remembered that when Jining was here in the original work, the golden ape had left without saying a word. Is it because I defeated him head-on, and Jining won by using underhanded means? Zhou shook his head. However, he did not continue forward. Instead, he closed his eyes and quietly felt the results of the battle just now. In that battle, it was just a clash of saber and sword at the beginning. However, in the final blow, he felt a mysterious power. It was a power that merged the power of saber and sword into his own fire elemental Dao. The Force XS in this world could be merged with each other. One was the main body, and the other was the support. After merging, the main body's power would be strengthened, and it would also have a part of the support's power. However, to most people, The merging of the Force XS was the most mysterious secret technique. Ordinary people would not be able to learn it at all. The core inheritance of the Undermoon Lake was the method of merging other powers into the power of the sword. However, in that instant, Zhou Tong vaguely felt the way to merge the power of saber and sword into the fire elemental Tao. After a long time, Zhou Tong revealed a hint of joy. I did feel some signs emerging. The conflict between the power of saber and sword in my body is not as strong as before. However, it is too early to merge at this stage. I will wait until the power of saber and sword is stronger before I merge them. At the very least, I have to master the 5 treasures swordsmanship. At the very least, I have to perfect that set of saber techniques first. Let's continue forward. Zhou Tong continued forward. After flying for half a day, another island finally appeared in front of him. There was a towering volcano on the island. Looking from afar, red light soared into the sky in front of him. Lava was constantly erupting, illuminating the entire island in a crimson red. Volcanic Island. It's much more comfortable here. Zhou Tong smiled. As a phoenix, he naturally liked the hot environment and did not like the cold sea from before. He quickly landed on the island. His whole body was comfortable. The hot aura was perfectly compatible with the flame origin of his phoenix. At this moment, a huge stone tablet appeared in front of Zhou Tong. There was a huge ape-roaring picture on the stone tablet. The picture was of the golden ape that Zhou Tong had fought with previously. It was roaring at the sky. Zhou Tong looked at the picture carefully. His consciousness quickly sank into it. At this moment, pictures appeared in his mind. It was an ape practicing a staff technique. This staff technique went from easy to difficult. It became more and more profound and mysterious. This was the staff technique that the golden ape had used previously. A staff technique that contains the power of Tai Chi. It is quite mysterious. I will remember it. I will study it after my saber and sword have reached the peak. Zhou Tong said. Chapter 1260. The second island of the Undermoon Lake, Volcano Island. There were a total of 7 gods on the island. They were the 7 ancient dragon gods. In ancient times, when the human race was just born, they were still very weak. Swirenshi of the human race collected the true dragon god's blood and refined it into the human race's body, thus creating a group of experts. These 7 people were called the 7 dragon gods because of this. Of course, there was a flaw in this method of creating experts, and that was that the heavenly god realm was the limit. Brother Tribulation Flame, have you really decided to leave now? Don't you want to wait here and cultivate for a while to increase your strength before leaving? The Purgatory God in the next stage is very strong. The leader of the 7 dragon gods, God Withered Dragon, asked, "If I continue to increase my strength, I will either become a true god or reach the 5th stage of the power of fire. This is not something that can be done in a short period of time. All these years, I have been cultivating bitterly and have not experienced many battles. If I want to improve quickly, I have to rely on battles." Zhou Tong did not say much and insisted on moving forward. "If you trust me, then follow me. If you don't, then continue to wait for the next person." Zhou Tong looked at them and said, if they were willing, Zhou Tong was willing to take them away. However, if they were unwilling or wanted to test his strength, then it was up to them. The 7 dragon gods did not wait for too long. They immediately decided to enter Zhou Tong's star-seizing mansion and let Zhou Tong lead them forward. Zhou Tong did not stay on Volcano Island for too long. He directly advanced along the wooden bridge outside the island. The sea in front of Volcano Island was completely a sea of fire. However, this was also an environment that Zhou Tong liked very much. After flying for about half a day, he finally saw the guardian of the next stage, the Purgatory God. This was a dark red, bald demon god about 3 meters tall. He was strong and burly, and his eyebrows and beard were scarlet red. In each of his hands was a short halberd. While Zhou Tong was observing the Purgatory God, his dark red eyes were also staring at Zhou Tong. His whole body exuded an invisible pressure that pressed down on Zhou Tong. This aura is a little stronger than the ape from the previous level, Zhou Tong said in his heart. Zhou Tong quickly landed on the floating wooden bridge, and the 36 heavens formed by the fusion of the star gold bead appeared in his hands. For the time being, he had no plans to use the power of fire. What he needed now was to further improve his 5 treasures sword technique and saber technique. Only when these two things were completed could he unlock the seal in the mirror of reincarnation and let his other great Tao insights come out again. The purgatory god's dark red eyes stared at Zhou Tong. I can feel that there are no other gods on the volcanic island. They have all entered your heavenly abode. It seems that you are very confident. If you don't have confidence, how would you dare to come here? Zhou Tong smiled and said directly, "Let's cut the crap. Please." Good. Straightforward. The purgatory god did not hesitate and immediately rushed toward Zhou Tong. His whole body was like a red hurricane. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Zhou Tong and attacked Zhou Tong with his 2 short halberds. Clang! The saber and the short halberds collided, and an earth-shattering sound of metal clashing resounded through the sea of fire. The nearby flames were shaken by the collision between the two of them, creating a large vacuum. After the collision, Zhou Tong immediately retreated. This collision was just to test the opponent's divine body and the power that he had comprehended. Whether it was Zhou Tong or the purgatory god, they were both existences that were infinitely close to the true God. Their foundations were similar. However, Zhou Tong's saber power and sword power were only at the 3rd level. Therefore, he was no match for his opponent this time. Saber power and sword power are both at the 3rd level. You must have cultivated other compatible powers. Otherwise, the saber and sword would have clashed. Are you looking down on me? You are only using the power of your secondary cultivation. The purgatory god roared, and his eyes became crazier. Boom! A pair of short halberds broke through the air. These 2 short halberds were like the yin and yang of Tai Chi moreover. They cooperated perfectly with each other and even had the power of infinity. There were 2 ways to combine the Tao of yin and yang. The first was the power of Tai Chi, for example. The golden ape staff technique was the embodiment of Tai Chi. The second was the power of infinity, which was what the purgatory god used. The power of Tai Chi was very balanced in both offense and defense. It was a combination of hardness and softness. There were not too many shortcomings. On the other hand, the power of infinity was very good at attacking. It was especially good at the combination of multiple weapons. If the power of Tai Chi was the yin-yang fish itself, then the power of infinity was the 2 points in the yin-yang fish. Clang! Naturally, Zhou Tong was not to be outdone. His body shook, and he directly used his divine power to transform into the form of 3 heads and 6 arms. Then, 2 sabers and 2 swords appeared on his 4 extra arms. If he did not use the power of fire, he would not be a match for the purgatory god with just his 3rd realm saber power and sword power. However, if he had the advantage of numbers, it would be a different story. Accompanied by the continuous sound of collision, Zhou Tong stabilized his body. He forcibly turned the situation around with his divine power and gradually stabilized the situation under his opponent's fierce attacks. You think you could defeat me with divine power? Let me tell you, if you don't use your trump card, you are definitely not my match. The purgatory god roared, and his attacks became even more violent and fierce. The battle was crazy. Zhou Tong had already displayed his saber technique and the 5 treasures sword technique to the extreme. He continuously collided with the purgatory god. In the battle, he gradually realized some of the flaws in his saber technique and sword technique. These were things that he did not notice when he was meditating before. His sword technique and saber technique were both improving. This battle lasted for an entire 7 days. In this kind of frenzied battle, Zhou Tong's 3rd chapter of the 5 treasures sword technique had quietly reached perfection. Similarly, his self-created saber technique had also gradually reached perfection due to the stimulation of successive battles. You are using me as a stepping stone. Roar. The purgatory god could not help but roar. He also used the divine power of 3 heads and 6 arms. The pair of short halberds instantly turned into 6. The power of infinity was good at the combination of weapons. The combination of his 6 weapons was even more mysterious than Zhou Tong's 6 weapons. In the face of such pressure, Zhou Tong finally could not fight with just his saber and sword. Flames emerged from his body. His entire body was instantly wrapped in the power of saber and sword and turned into a fire phoenix. The terrifying, explosive power instantly bombarded the Purgatory God heavily, directly injuring him. The Purgatory God opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he looked deeply at Zhou Tong. So, it is the 4th realm power of fire. Your final trump card is this. I have lost this round. I will wait for you at Myriad Mountains Island. As soon as he finished speaking, the Purgatory God instantly turned into flames and disappeared. Chapter 1261. After defeating the gatekeeper, Zhou Tong continued forward. Soon, he saw a huge gourd-like island in front of him. It looked like 2 islands, one big and one small, were connected. The wooden bridge led to the small island. At this moment, at the end of the wooden bridge, the Crimson Purgatory God stood there quietly, waiting for Zhou Tong. This is Myriad Mountain Island? Zhou Tong asked as he walked closer. The Purgatory God pointed at the island behind him and said, to be precise, this small island is the Island of Treasures. The large island behind it is the real Myriad Mountain Island. There are many treasures on this small island. You can choose any 3. After you choose, you won't be able to come here again. In Undermoon Lake, one could only advance and not retreat. Once one entered, they would either die here or continue to advance and pass all the checkpoints to come out. The Purgatory God continued. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th islands all have treasures. You can only choose 3 treasures on each island, so the person who passes can choose a total of 9 treasures. Of course, for countless years, only one person called Jueming made it out alive. Follow me. The Purgatory God immediately led Zhou Tong to the small island. After a short while, they arrived above a lake. There was a faint mist above the lake, making it difficult to see clearly. The Purgatory God waved his hand and dispersed the mist, revealing the entire lake. The lake was clearly divided into 9 areas. There was the extremely hot 9-fire lava, the extremely cold ice-heart pith, countless weeds full of vitality, and a completely dark body of water. In addition to these things, there were many natural treasures in each area. For example, there were dark red snow lotuses on the 9-fire lava, ice-heart leaves on the ice-heart pith, and green fruits on the weeds. The Purgatory God looked at Zhou Tong and said, there are a total of 9 treasures. You can choose, but you can only choose 3. Are all the treasures here? Zhou Tong looked at the Purgatory God. He knew that what was shown here was only 1 in 10,000. Most of the treasures were hidden by the Purgatory God. The Purgatory God swore, of course it's all here. Do you think I would lie to you? Ice-heart pith, 9-fire lava, and that fruit, Zhou Tong said. The Purgatory God was stunned. Ice-heart pith and 9-fire lava? You're wrong. You should have chosen the ice-heart leaf and the 9 flames crimson lotus. These 2 items are the essence of the ice-heart pith and 9-fire lava. These are the real treasures. You've chosen the wrong one. That's right. I don't want those essences. I only want these things. Zhou Tong said, that's impossible. Even if the ice-heart spiritual leaf and 9 flame scarlet lotus were taken away, they would grow back after countless years. But if you took away the ice-heart marrow and 9 flame lava, wouldn't these 2 treasures be broken? How can I give it to you? The Purgatory God flatly refused. I'm not cutting off the foundation of this place. I only need a small part of it. Zhou Tong said, look, both the ice-heart pith and the 9-fire lava have a radius of 1,000 feet. If I'm not wrong, the depth is around 300 feet. I only need 1,000th of it. 1,000th? That's enough. The Purgatory God was dumbfounded. Do you know how much 1,000th is? It has a radius of 10 feet and a depth of 10 feet. That's more than 20 million pounds. You call this a small part? Zhou Tong smiled and said, 1,000th of it. It won't affect the growth of the treasures. In any case, with such a large area, only one ice heart spiritual leaf and one 9-flame scarlet lotus grew. Wouldn't it be a waste to have so much 9-flame lava and ice heart pith? The purgatory god was stunned, and his expression changed. He was regretting it now. He regretted saying that the treasures were here so confidently. In the blink of an eye, this person had found a loophole and asked for so many treasures. However, he couldn't bring himself to say that he had lied to him. It's too much. The purgatory god's face darkened as he bargained. Since you can't bear to part with them, then I'll take a little less. A radius of 9 feet and a depth of 9 feet. That should be enough, right? Zhou Tong reduced the amount a little. Fine, you win. The purgatory god resisted the urge to curse and said, take the good things and keep them. The purgatory god said as he waved his hand. Immediately, a large piece of 9-flame lava and ice heart pith was dug out and sent to Zhou Tong. At the same time, the green spirit fruit that he had his eyes on also flew over. This green spirit fruit was called the green spirit celestial fruit. It contained abundant vitality and was a rare spirit medicine for healing injuries and alchemy. Phoenixes had the strongest vitality, so Zhou Tong chose this spirit fruit. Zhou Tong nodded slightly. He took out 2 gourd-shaped storage magic treasures and put away the 9-flame lava and ice heart pith. He also took out a jade box and sealed the green spirit fruit. Hurry up, hurry up. The purgatory god waved his hand impatiently. Zhou Tong didn't mind the purgatory god's attitude and continued forward. These ice heart pith and 9-flame lava each weigh about 16 million gene. When I get the method to improve the golden pill, I can continue to cultivate my qi refinement Dao, Zhou Tong thought to himself. Although he was a divine realm expert, his qi refinement Dao was still at the primordial soul stage and hadn't progressed. Soon, Zhou Tong officially arrived at Myriad Mountains Island. As soon as he arrived on the island, Zhou Tong saw a huge stone tablet with a flame pattern engraved on it. This pattern contained the halberd technique used by the purgatory god. Zhou Tong looked into it with great interest. Suddenly, the moves of the purgatory god's halberd technique appeared in Zhou Tong's mind. He further understood the situation of the purgatory god's previous battle. The power of Tai Chi and the power of infinity, they can actually complement each other. My blade and sword can also transform into the power of Tai Chi and infinity. If I can master the power of Tai Chi and the power of infinity, perhaps my blade and sword will be able to perfectly fuse with the power of fire. Zhou Tong faintly felt a sense of enlightenment. He had a deeper understanding of the integration of the power of saber, sword, and fire. Forcibly integrating the power of saber and sword into the power of fire was undoubtedly an extremely difficult thing. However, if he first integrated the power of Tai Chi and the power of Wu Ji into the power of fire, then it would be much easier to integrate the power of saber and sword. If I want to integrate the power of Wu Ji and the power of Tai Chi into the power of saber, sword, and fire, I first need to understand how to use the power of saber and sword as the 2 elements of Wu Ji and Tai Chi. At this point, Zhou Tong immediately sat cross-legged under the stone tablet and silently comprehended. The power of Wu Ji contained in this halberd technique was very important to Zhou Tong's saber and sword. It could completely improve his sword and saber techniques. As he comprehended, a touch of black vaguely appeared in his power of sword, while a touch of white vaguely appeared in his power of saber. This was a sign that his power of saber and sword was advancing to the 4th realm. The power of sword and the power of saber conflicted with each other. In the 1st realm, the power of sword was silver white and the power of saber was pitch black. However, in the 4th realm, everything was reversed. The power of saber became silver white and the power of sword became pitch black. Zhou Tong sat cross-legged under the stone tablet and comprehended for 3 whole months before he opened his eyes again. No, I haven't experienced enough battles. I still can't fully comprehend the power of saber and sword in the fourth realm. Zhou Tong shook his head. Next, I need to fight further. He then got up and walked into the depths of the island. Chapter 1262. Myria Mountains Island was a very strange island. On the island, there were mountains of different shapes and sizes. Some towered into the clouds, some pierced through the sky like divine swords, some mountains were deathly still, some mountains were frozen, and some mountains were like strange life forms. None of the mountains were connected to each other. These tens of thousands of isolated mountains could be considered a strange sight. After walking on this island, there were already a large number of gods living on the island. However, most of them were brought here by others. Only the 9 gods fought their way here with their own strength. The group of people got to know each other. After eating and drinking, the other 9 gods immediately found Zhou Tong and introduced him to some of the rules of this island. The snowy island and the volcanic island had their own rules. Every 1,000 years, the guardians' avatars would attack the island. If they could not withstand it, they would die. However, the third island, Myria Mountains Island, did not have such a rule. This was a very safe place. The only exception was that when a newcomer came to the island, there would be a disaster. Every time a newcomer came to the island, there would be a demon attack on the island. And the people who went to meet the enemy had to be the few of them who came here alone. The gods who were brought here by them could not take action. This kind of disaster, every time a god falls. One of the gods sighed. Another god said, "Actually, Undermoon Lake is also reminding us to cultivate well and not waste time here. That's why there is such pressure. Only if you are strong enough will you be able to survive the calamity when the new Empyrean god enters here." The other gods also expressed their opinions one by one. Some were sighing, and some were saying their last words. For a moment, it was very lively. What if I challenge it before the calamity descends? Zhou Tong suddenly spoke up. In an instant, the lively chatter died down. All the Empyrean gods shut their mouths, their eyes wide as they stared at Zhou Tong in shock. No one really knows the answer to this question. One of the gods hesitated. Even in the legends left behind by our predecessors, no one has set off immediately after arriving at Myriad Mountains Island. However, according to the rules, when a new Empyrean god arrives on the island, a calamity will descend. But now that you're here, it means that you're no longer here. What exactly are the rules of Undermoon Lake based on? Another Empyrean god was rather curious as well. Brother Tribulation Fire, are you really going to break through now? At that moment, Fei Yu, who was the strongest among the divine realm experts, looked at Zhou Tong. My Tao can only be found in battle, Zhou Tong said softly. Next, the fourth island is called Demon Ice Valley. There are countless demons hiding there. The number of demons is unimaginable. You have to kill as many fiendish demons as possible. After 100 years of killing, the number of fiendish demons you have killed will determine whether you can enter the fourth island. Feiyo said. There's no way his divine power would be able to withstand a constant barrage of attacks. He'd have to use his sword force or Taiji force, which is an endless source of quintessence energy. Have you really made up your mind? I've made up my mind. I'll set off now. If you're willing to follow me, then enter my residence. If you're not willing, then pretend I never said anything. Zhou Tong looked at the group of Empyrean gods in front of him. For a moment, the others were all very hesitant. None of them expressed their stance. The reason why this group of people was willing to follow Ji Ning was because Ji Ning had displayed his strength when the calamity descended, allowing them to see hope of leaving. Now that Zhou Tong hadn't displayed any of his strength, they were naturally very hesitant. They didn't want to bet their lives on an unknown person. Zhou Tong nodded and said, I understand. Then, he turned and left. Looking at Zhou Tong's departing figure, the group of Empyrean gods had complicated expressions. I heard that he made it here in one go. He can't be thinking of breaking through in one go, right? One of the Empyrean gods was somewhat doubtful. Who knows? But since he has such confidence, his strength shouldn't be too bad. Maybe he can break through, but he hasn't displayed his strength. I can't say for sure. Maybe he'll die inside. The group of Empyrean gods was very hesitant. They wanted to follow him, but they couldn't make up their minds. On the other side, Zhou finally walked onto the wooden bridge and arrived at the demon ice gorge, fighting without stopping for a moment for 100 years. This is probably my first time in the heavens. Zhou recalled some of his experiences in other worlds. The longest battle he had ever fought was when he was in the world of immortals. The old Edisaurus had exhausted everything to give him the 6 paths of reincarnation trial. But that trial was divided into 6 sessions. Each session lasted for 10 years. There was still time to rest in between. It wasn't like this in the Demon Ice Gorge, where he fought without rest for 100 years. It's time to fight. After 100 years, I should be able to reach an unimaginable level. Zhou didn't continue to think and directly stepped into the Demon Ice Gorge. Kill. Children, kill. Haha, more people are coming. Kill. Just as he stepped into the Demon Ice Gorge, a large group of demons immediately rushed out while howling. Just treat it as practicing the sword and the saber. This is the first time in countless years that I've cultivated with countless lives. Zhou unsheathed his saber and sword. With a saber in one hand and a sword in the other, he charged into the midst of the demons. The golden color had a trace of black sword energy, and the red color had a trace of scarlet saber energy. With the power of both saber and sword at the same time, Zhou was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. No demon was a match for him. Clang, zhong, dang! Saber light and sword shadows blossomed in the Demon Ice Gorge. Rays of resplendent sword light flew out and streaked across the sky. Countless demons fell one after another. This was simply a massacre. His killing speed was too fast. He was like a meat grinder rushing forward. One by one, demons comparable to Empyrean gods fell under his saber and sword. Time passed day by day and year by year in the midst of battle. Almost every year, Zhou saber energy and sword energy would undergo a huge transformation and become stronger and stronger. Gradually, the trace of black on his sword energy became denser and denser, and the trace of silver on his saber energy became more and more dazzling. Whether it was the 4th chapter of the 5-treasure sword technique or his saber technique, they were all steadily improving through battle and slaughter. Finally, 30 years after he entered the Demon Ice Gorge, his saber and sword instantly became much purer. The pitch-black sword energy and the dazzling silver saber energy finally reversed. This also indicated that his saber energy and sword energy had finally leveled up. The 4th level. Chapter 1263. 100 years passed in a hurry. Zhou fought alone in the icy canyon that spanned hundreds of millions of miles. This was a canyon completely formed from ice. Zhou sword and saber danced in the air, each strike killing at least one heavenly god realm demon. Sometimes he could even kill 7 or 8 demons with a single strike. Clang, clang, clang. Sword light danced in the air, piercing a demon's head with a single strike. Saber light scattered, cleaving another demon in half. 8 nearby demons were instantly cut in half. Occasionally, a flame would scatter, burning large swathes of demons to ashes. With his cultivation as a heaven god, he could unleash more than a dozen attacks every second in a battle like this. At least a dozen fiendish demons would fall, while at most 20 to 30 would fall. Sometimes he could even kill hundreds of fiendish demons with a single attack when he used his fire attacks. On average, he killed 2 to 300,000 fiendish demons every day. In 100 years, he had killed close to 100 billion demons. However, these 100 billion demons quickly disappeared after their deaths, leaving no corpses behind. Undermoon Lake was very special. These demons had all been specially arranged. They could not even be considered real life. They were similar to puppets with intelligence. Their strength could not improve, and they would enter the depths of the canyon to be resurrected after being killed. Otherwise, how could there be demons in this place that could withstand such slaughter? His rate of improvement is simply too fast. Ever since Undermoon Lake was created, none of the cultivators who have entered this place have improved at such a rate. The speed of his sword arts and saber arts have almost surpassed the limits of the heavenly Daos. The Demon King looked down from atop an icy mountain on either side of the canyon. Countless demons surrounded Zhou Tong like ants. This scene had been going on for 100 years. Yes, too fast. In just 30 years, his saber and sword force went from the third realm to the fourth realm. That's an unimaginable speed of improvement. Now that another 70 years have passed, his saber and sword force is about to reach the fifth realm. The Purgatory God, who had been defeated by Zhou Tong, also stood to the side. He watched in amazement as Zhou Tong continued his slaughter below. Also, his sword and saber techniques are indeed a little strange. The sword technique doesn't seem to have gone through any detours. It should be a sword technique left behind by the predecessors. However, the saber technique is purely original. Over the past 100 years, there are obvious traces of originality. Now, it has reached the same level as the sword technique, and his fire elemental Dao is also very strange. I've never seen anything like it before. The speed of his improvement is too fast. The Purgatory God's eyes were sharp. He immediately saw the most important part of Zhou Tong. The speed of his progress was fast, which meant that he definitely had a method that pointed to the key points. However, while he was advancing on the correct path, he was actually able to create another path from scratch. This was incredible. It's about time retreat. At this moment, the Demon King suddenly spoke. With the word retreat, the endless horde of demons instantly disappeared like a tide. For a moment, Zhou Tong was not used to it. After fighting for over 100 years, he naturally felt a little uncomfortable when he suddenly stopped. Fortunately, his mind sank a little, and he immediately calmed down. Have I passed? Zhou Tong looked at the Demon King that walked out and asked. According to the requirements, 10 billion demons will be able to pass. You exceeded the requirements by 10 times. The Demon King praised. For countless years, you are the one who has killed the most. Sword and saber techniques have reached the limit of the heavenly Dao. Moreover, the saber Dao and sword Dao are indeed the best at attacking, so there is no doubt that you have passed. See you at Thousand Stars Island, the Demon King said, and quickly disappeared in front of Zhou Tong. I finally passed. Zhou Tong also heaved a sigh of relief. 100 years of continuous slaughter was not a big deal to his divine body. However, the mental pressure was increasing. In 100 years, I have killed hundreds of billions of demons. The saber and sword techniques that I have cultivated with so many lives are indeed incomparably sharp and unparalleled in attack. Zhou Tong did not advance for the time being. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and quietly comprehended the progress of his saber and sword techniques. Before entering this canyon, he had been in this world for less than 100 years. Now that 100 years had passed, almost 70% of the time he had been in this world was spent killing and fighting without sleep. It is indeed fast to comprehend saber and sword techniques in battle. However, what I comprehend in this state is the way of killing and not the orthodox great Tao. Zhou Tong muttered to himself after pondering for a while. He had already cultivated more than half of the fourth chapter of the 5 treasures swordsmanship. He only lacked the last bit. However, this last bit was not something that could be solved by fighting and killing. He had to have a brand new comprehension outside of killing. By the same logic, the progress of his saber and fire elemental Tao was similar. After 100 years of killing and fighting, although his saber, sword, and fire elemental Tao had made progress, they had gone slightly astray. He needed a period of adjustment and seclusion before he could walk on the new path to the great Tao. Moreover, he had only been killing before. There were many things that he had yet to systematically organize and summarize. The next period of time would be the most important period. Zhou Tong had been in the canyon for 3 days, but he had only organized and summarized a little bit. Soon, he did not continue to sit there. He got up and advanced. After all, this place was a trial. It was not good to stay here for too long. Continuing forward, he arrived at the fourth island, Thousand Stars Island. This island was similar to Myria Mountains Island. They were both gourd-shaped. The island at the front was where the treasures were rewarded. Behind it was the real Thousand Stars Island. Zhou Tong had done his best to take as many of the rewards as he could from the first island. However, this time, the Demon King guarding this place was completely stubborn. No matter what Zhou Tong said, he could only take 10 of each of the 3 treasures. 10 of the same treasure counted as 1 treasure. With your rate of improvement, you are very likely to be the second Empyrean god after Jueming to pass Undermoon Lake. Once you succeed, you'll naturally receive even greater benefits. You don't have to worry about the treasures I have, the Demon King said in the end. Zhou Tong did not say much. He continued to move forward and soon entered the Real Thousand Stars Island. As soon as he entered the island, he immediately sat down cross-legged and continued to organize and summarize his gains from the past 100 years of fighting and killing. Just like that, he sat there for 3 years. 100 years of fighting and killing. 100 billion corpses of fiendish demons had tempered his sword, saber, and fire elemental Tao. Those countless insights had fused into his heart. At this moment, he had comprehended a trace of great success. The 5 treasures sword art and saber art are about to reach great success. I will soon be able to experience rapid improvement. Zhou Tong's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. Chapter 1264. Just as Zhou Tong stood up after sitting for 3 years, a burly man in golden armor suddenly walked over. "Ha, fellow Taoist. My name is Dongy. May I ask if you came to Thousand Star Island a few years ago?" The golden-armored god asked. "Yes, my name is Calamity Fire. I came here not long ago." Zhou Tong looked at this person. He had come here and sat cross-legged for 3 years. How could there not be any formation restrictions nearby? In fact, Zhou Tong had sensed the existence of this heavenly god Dong a long time ago. However, this heavenly god Dong, he seemed to have sensed the restrictions around him, so he often came to take a look in the past few years. However, he did not disturb Zhou Tong. Heavenly god Dong laughed and said, "I knew it. I know all the heavenly gods on Thousand Star Island. I also know most of the heavenly gods in the 3 realms. However, I have never heard of you. It seems like you haven't been a heavenly god for long. You are here alone. Did you pass through the demon ice gorge alone?" Zhou Tong nodded. At the same time, Zhou Tong became vigilant. Isn't this heavenly god Dong, he the lackey of heavenly god Damung in the original work? He probably came to find me for no good reason. Zhou Tong remembered that heavenly god Dong, he was one of the few true villains in Undermoon Lake. He wanted to monopolize all the treasures in Undermoon Lake. Therefore, while he was thinking about how to improve, he also spent a lot of time looking for trouble with other heavenly gods. His methods were extremely despicable. "Let's go. I will take you to see heavenly god Damung." Heavenly god Dong, he was very excited. He also relied on his own strength to come here. He is very powerful. I will take you to see him. You may have a deeper understanding of Thousand Star Island. Heavenly god Dong, he conversed with Zhou Tong while trying to get close to him. Zhou Tong pretended to know nothing and followed heavenly god Dong, he to heavenly god Daming's territory. An hour later, Zhou Tong finally saw heavenly deity Great Dream. After Great Dream saw Zhou Tong appear, he became very enthusiastic and said, "Throughout the countless years, including you and me, only 9 people have been able to reach Thousand Star Island by themselves. Come, let's have a good chat." Zhou Tong nodded slightly and walked alongside heavenly god Great Dream. Heavenly god Great Dream brought Zhou Tong to the 2nd floor of his palace. The table before them was filled with fine wine and immortal fruits. "Sit," Great Dream said with a smile. "Undermoon Lake is too lonely. It's been a long time since a new Empyrean god has entered. Being able to see a newcomer is the happiest thing for me." Great Dream sighed. At the same time, he gave Zhou Tong a general overview of the situation on Kilo Star Island. In the process of communicating with Great Dream, Zhou Tong had indeed sensed some strange things. He couldn't help but feel a hint of good towards heavenly god Great Dream. However, as soon as this hint of goodwill appeared, his third stage hegemonic heart force immediately severed it. Heavenly God Great Dream truly lives up to his reputation as the disciple of the Lord of the Demon Heart. His Tao of the Demon Heart truly is formidable. Zhou Tong couldn't help but sigh with emotion. During the primordial era, the Pangu Chaos World and the Seamless Chaos World had clashed, fusing together to form an enormous, brand-new Chaos World. This was the reason for the Primordial War. The Lord of the Demon Heart was Zhu Shun of the Seamless Chaos World. He was so powerful that not even Yuhua, prior to her breakthrough, was a match for him. The Lord of the Demon Heart was skilled in the Tao of the Demon Heart and in controlling the hearts of others. This Empyrean God Great Dream was his disciple. I wonder if this Demon Heart energy can be infused into my flames? Zhou Tong was rather curious as well, but he was also rather distracted. He was trying to guess what would happen if Demon Heart energy was infused into his flames. Clang! However, just as Zhou Tong was distracted, a sharp streak of light pierced straight through Zhou Tong's abdomen, seeking to chop him in half. The Empyrean God Great Dream was no longer as amiable as he had been before. Instead, he was filled with a cold, murderous intent. Slash! A small portion of Zhou Tong's abdomen was instantly sliced open, causing blood to spurt out. Great Dream, however, was rather stunned. He had wanted to completely slice his opponent's body open with his sneak attack, but he had only managed to slice it open a tiny bit. Not good. He's trained in a protective divine ability. Great Dream instantly realized what had happened, and he immediately prepared to press the attack. However, something that stunned Great Dream even more happened. The part of his body that had been sliced open, as well as the spurting blood, actually instantly flowed in reverse, returning to his opponent's body. It was almost as though time had been reversed. In addition, judging from the way he sat there, it was as though he hadn't been injured at all. This sort of recovery speed was simply too fast. Ridiculously fast. What sort of divine ability is this? There shouldn't be any divine ability like this in the three realms. How is this possible? The Empyrean God Great Dream was completely stunned. This sort of recovery speed was simply too terrifying. Boom! The moment Zhou Tong was injured, a layer of pitch-black golden light appeared on his fingertip. This was the result of using both the power of fire and the power of sword at the same time. He had counterattacked the moment Great Dream had injured him. Zhou Tong's attack was simply too fast. Great Dream was still in a state of shock when he saw Zhou Tong's terrifying recovery speed. Not good. The Empyrean God, Great Dream, seemed to have awoken from a dream, but it was already too late. Zhou Tong's sword finger had already pierced through his forehead. The sharpness of the power of sword and the power of fire erupted in an instant. Bang! With a soft sound, the Empyrean God, Great Dream's body dissipated like dust. Both his soul and divine body had been reduced to dust by Zhou Tong's flames in an instant. Sneak attacking me? You're courting death. Zhou Tong said leisurely without even looking at the Empyrean God, Great Dream's corpse. The reason he dared to be distracted here was because he possessed a great divine ability that made him almost immortal. Although Zhou Tong was only in the Empyrean God realm, even the true God Daozu of the three realms wasn't qualified to kill him. At the very least, it would take someone at the level of Zhu Shun to make a move. He could break through the defense of a mere Empyrean God Great Dream, but that was all. To Zhou Tong, such an injury was like being bitten by a mosquito. He didn't even need to actively activate his divine ability to recover on his own. What's going on? The other Empyrean gods in the Empyrean God Great Dream's palace sensed the sounds of fighting and all looked towards Zhou Tong. Tribulation fire. Where's Empyrean God Great Dream? Empyrean God roared. Kill him. Zhou Tong stared at the group of Empyrean gods. Since you're in cahoots with him, I'll send you to see him right now. Zhou Tong instantly streaked across the sky like a golden rainbow, sweeping past the group of Empyrean gods. Then, with a series of explosions, all of the Empyrean god Great Dream's subordinates exploded, their souls scattered. The golden sun rainbow was worthy of being called the fastest speed in the three realms. Zhou Tong used this escape technique in conjunction with his offensive Tao. The group of Empyrean gods didn't even have time to react before they perished. Chapter 1265. Boom! Just as Zhou Tong killed all of Great Dream's subordinates, the sky not far away suddenly shook, and a large group of heavenly gods flew over from afar. When they saw Zhou Tong walk out of the dilapidated palace alone, they were stunned on the spot. "Fellow Taoist, did you just walk out of Great Dream's place?" A heavenly god asked. "Are you also from Great Dream?" Zhou Tong stared at this group of people. No. Fellow Taoist, you misunderstand. We are not the same kind of people as Great Dream." Another heavenly god said, 3 years ago, when fellow Taoist appeared on our thousand-star island, we noticed it. However, fellow Taoist seemed to have comprehended something at that time, so we did not disturb you. But today we found that fellow Taoist was no longer there. We were afraid that fellow Taoist had been killed by Great Dream, so we deliberately came to take a look. Another heavenly god continued. Zhou Tong nodded, so that's how it is. However, there's no need to worry. Big Dream and his subordinates have all fallen. Fallen? So fast. For a moment, the crowd was in an uproar. Everyone looked at Zhou Tong with some shock. In such a short time, Great Dream and his group were destroyed just like that. He died a little too quickly. Attacking me and then falling, isn't that normal? Zhou Tong said leisurely. All right, I don't have so much time to waste here. I'm going to break through the levels. If you don't have confidence in yourselves, then follow me. If you don't want to, then it's up to you. Fellow Taoist, do you really have the confidence to go out? Those heavenly gods looked at Zhou Tong in shock. Of course I have confidence, but whether you trust me or not depends on you. Zhou Tong finally said. How about this? The level ahead is the Path of Blades. There are a total of 10 levels. If fellow Taoist can pass through 9 levels in one go, then you might as well come back first, and we'll go out with you. A heavenly god could not help but say. Zhou Tong took one last look at the group of heavenly deities and said, I will only say this once. Those who trust me, follow me. Those who don't, stay here. I'm not related to you in any way, and this is the first time we've met. I can help you if it's convenient. As for the other things, you can do as you please. With that, Zhou Tong directly walked out of the Thousand Stars Island. For this group of strangers, if he could, he didn't mind giving them a push. However, if he had to do something to cater to them, that was impossible. He had already displayed his strength by killing Heavenly God Great Dream. If these people trusted him, then he would take them away. If they didn't, then so be it. There is no need for him to deliberately display more strength just to take them away. The group of heavenly deities glanced at each other, then shook their heads. Zhou Tong walked to the place where he left Thousand Star Island and looked back one last time. He thought to himself, no one is willing to go with me. But that's right. After all, I'm not Ji Ning in the original work. I don't have such a deep background. In the original work, when Ji Ning saw this group of heavenly deities, he introduced himself as a disciple of Bodhi. Even if this group of heavenly deities didn't give face to Ji Ning, they would still give face to Bodhi Daozu. Naturally, they trusted Ji Ning and were willing to leave with him. Of course, Ji Ning in the original work also contributed a lot. Because he told them about the situation of the three realms as soon as he arrived, this group of heavenly deities was also willing to leave. However, when Zhou Tong had entered the three realms, the situation here hadn't deteriorated to the point where it would deteriorate to the point where it would deteriorate. Most importantly of all, Taofather Crimson Bright hadn't told him about the deeper problems of the situation in the three realms. In this case, he naturally wouldn't be so stupid as to take out this kind of thing that shouldn't be known and talk about it. Since no one is coming, let's go. Zhou Tong directly embarked on the last journey. The path of 10,000 blades was naturally filled with endless weapons along the way. The test of this path was very simple. Once you entered, you would immediately be generated into a person who looked exactly like you. No matter if it was the divine body or anything else, it was all the same. The only difference was that the method of fighting was different. The guardian of each stage used the method from Undermoon Lake. I wonder what kind of opponent I'll generate here, since I use both sword and saber. Zhou Tong was very curious. He quickly stepped into the path of 10,000 blades. As he entered, an opponent who looked exactly like him appeared in front of him. I'm the first guardian. Look at the sword and saber. Those are the sword and saber techniques I'll use to fight you. This opponent pointed at two weapons not far away. You use sword and saber like me, but you might not be able to cooperate as well as me. Zhou Tong smiled, then looked at the sword and saber not far away. Suddenly, a set of sword and saber techniques appeared in front of him. This was a set of sword and saber techniques that combined attacks. It contained the power of the infinite. It was very exquisite. Some of the ideas could even be integrated into Zhou Tong's sword and saber techniques. However, after carefully comprehending it, Zhou Tong understood that the things in this stage were no threat to him at all. Although this set of sword and saber techniques was quite good compared to his own sword and saber techniques, the quality was too inferior. Sure enough, not long after the fight, that person took the initiative to admit defeat and let Zhou Tong go forward. After passing the first stage, it was time for the second stage. The sword and saber techniques in this stage were obviously much stronger, but they were still no match for Zhou Tong, so he passed easily. Following that, the third stage, the fourth stage, all the way to the eighth stage, Zhou Tong easily passed them all. However, in the process of passing the stages, Zhou Tong also saw many things clearly. This so-called passing stage was actually a process of guidance. It guided Zhou Tong's saber and sword power to the 5th level. After refining the essence of the saber and sword techniques in each stage, Zhou Tong's own saber and sword techniques slowly improved. Especially in the 9th stage, the opponent's saber and sword already contained a trace of spirituality. Whether it was saber or sword power, the 5th level was spirit. It was the saber god and the sword god. If the 4th level, heart, allowed one's saber and sword power to contain a trace of spirituality, then the 5th level, spirit, allowed one's power to completely come to life. It was like having a life and had spirituality. The 9 stages saber and sword techniques benefited Zhou Tong a lot. It allowed him to see the hope of the 5 treasures, swordsmanship, and saber techniques. And at this time, Zhou Tong also finally arrived at the final 10 checkpoint. The opponent still allowed Zhou Tong to watch his saber and sword techniques first. This saber and sword technique? Is this the spirituality that goes one step further? Zhou Tong was immersed in the saber and sword techniques when he watched them for the first time. It was as if a brand new world had opened up in his heart, allowing him to cultivate the 5 treasures swordsmanship and saber techniques to the great accomplishment stage in an instant. Sorry to keep you waiting. Zhou Tong opened his eyes again and looked at the opponent in front of him. You broke through. The guardian of the final stage looked at Zhou Tong in amazement. Perhaps you really will be able to break through today. If you succeed, you will create history in the world of Undermoon Lake. In a little more than 100 years, you will have cleared all the stages. It's not an if, but you will definitely make history. Take this. Zhou Tong didn't take out a weapon. He just casually waved his arms. The saber and sword shadows that surpassed the limits of the heavenly Tao instantly flew out. His saber and sword techniques had reached the great accomplishment stage. With just one move, he sent the guardian of the 10th stage flying. Congratulations, you have made history. You have passed the stage in the shortest time in history. The guardian got up and congratulated Zhou Tong. Chapter 1266. After passing through the path of blades, Zhou Tong continued onwards. Soon, he saw an enormous island. The island was covered with numerous lakes, each of which was different in shape and shape. They all emitted a brilliant light. Some of the lakes sparkled like gold. Some of them flowed with flames, and some of them were like jade. In front of the island stood a silver-haired man dressed in long gray robes. He was smiling as he looked at Zhou Tong. This is Undermoon Lake's final Moonfall Island. Empyrean God, Tribulation Flame. You are the second Empyrean God to come here, aside from Jueming. Come with me. Let's go choose a treasure. This will be the last time you will be able to choose a treasure in Undermoon Lake. As he spoke, he led the way. Zhou Tong didn't recognize many of the treasures here. After all, he had only been in this world for a short period of time, and there were many things he didn't know. He could only rely on his instincts to choose the treasures that would benefit him. A short while later, Zhou Tong had chosen 3 treasures. I've already given you the treasures. Now follow me. I'll take you out of Undermoon Lake. The silver-haired man led the way. Zhou Tong followed him through Moonfall Island. This island emanated an ancient charm, as well as an aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. Upon closer inspection, one could sense that this island contained a terrifying amount of divine power that caused one to tremble. A short while later, the two of them followed the mountain path to the top of the mountain. There was a shrine there built from piled stones. Although this shrine looked shabby, Zhou Tong understood that this was the core of Undermoon Lake. First, release those Empyrean gods you brought with you. Have them place their hands on that golden stone stele, the man said to Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong nodded, then released those people. He didn't bring many people with him, only those from the first and second islands. None of the people from the other islands were willing to follow him, because they didn't have much interaction with him. They didn't trust Zhou Tong. After these Empyrean gods were released, they were very excited. They knew that they could leave Undermoon Lake. Afterwards, they followed the rules and placed their palms on the golden stone stele, swearing lifeblood oaths that they would never divulge the secrets of Undermoon Lake. Take them in. After that, place your palm on it as well. The silver-haired heavenly deity said. Zhou Tong also knew the rules here. Then, he kept these gods and pressed his palm on them. Suddenly, a mysterious power seeped into his divine soul. I swear on my life. Zhou Tong couldn't help but swear the oath. A lifeblood oath was an oath that could not be violated. It was the best oath one could make to preserve one's life. No one in the 3 realms was capable of swearing such an oath. Only world gods and chaos immortals were capable of forcing others to swear lifeblood oaths. The life oath was completely triggered by the mysterious power of the stone tablet. While Zhou Tong was swearing, his heart suddenly moved. He felt that this thing's power was similar to the power of the reincarnation mirror, and it was related to a cultivator's true fate. Almost subconsciously, he activated the reincarnation mirror's imprint. Immediately, the reincarnation mirror's imprint released a hazy radiance. Then, it actually devoured the power of this lifeblood oath in one go. Holy shit, I was just trying it out. This thing of mine can actually be used like this? Zhou Tong was also shocked. After going to so many worlds, this was the first time he discovered that the reincarnation mirror's imprint could actually be used like this. It's because my main body's strength has increased. That's why this imprint of mine is even more powerful and clear than the imprints of the previous worlds. Zhou Tong carefully examined this mysterious imprint. This time, after reincarnating into the desolate Arrow world, he discovered that this imprint's power was who knew how many times greater than the previous worlds. The greatest possibility was that his main body had a half-immortal emperor level heavenly horned ant true fate, which was why it was able to further stimulate the reincarnation mirror's power. A lifeblood oath can't do anything to me. After swearing the lifeblood oath, Zhou Tong opened his eyes. He also understood that after the lifeblood oath's power was devoured by the reincarnation mirror's imprint, the oath he swore was completely useless. It was just like something he casually said, without any binding force. Enter the temple. When you come out, I'll send you out of Undermoon Lake. The silver-haired man finally said. Zhou Tong quickly entered the temple. This temple's interior was extremely simple. He could see everything inside the temple with a single glance. Apart from an empty hall, there was nothing else. Right at this time, the temple suddenly released a hazy radiance. The entire temple released dark green radiance. Then, countless rays of light wrapped around Zhou Tong's body. In just a short moment, a dark green radiance cocoon appeared in the temple. After the cocoon took form, an enormous surge of power also seeped into Zhou Tong's soul. I swear on my very life that after I become Zushan, I must leave the three realms within 1,000 years. I must go to Vast Heaven Palace and tell the emissary that world god Northrest was slain by the three Wujiao god beasts. Zhou Tong couldn't help but swear the lifeblood oath once more. However, this sort of oath was completely useless against Zhou Tong. The reincarnation mirror's imprint unleashed a bit of its power, instantly devouring the lifeblood oath. If the reincarnation mirror's imprint is already so profound, then what about the reincarnation mirror itself? Zhou Tong couldn't help but think to himself. At the same time, a hint of understanding appeared in his mind. Perhaps his main body's future growth as a half-immortal emperor, an immortal emperor would require him to meditate on the reincarnation mirror in order to speed up his growth. Half-immortal emperor and immortal emperor are still a bit far away. Let's not think about that for now. Right now, I need to first deal with the problem of the immortal phoenix's true fate. By the time Zhou Tong came to his senses, the lifeblood oath had already been completed. Now came the opportunity to enter Undermoon Lake. Right at this moment, a large amount of information suddenly surged into Zhou Tong's soul. This was where the opportunity to enter Undermoon Lake lay. Only after passing the trial would he be able to acquire it. 2 full hours passed before Zhou Tong was able to completely digest all of this information. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The dark azure light within the ruined temple slowly dissipated, revealing Zhou Tong standing at the very center of the temple. There were 2 final opportunities to be found in Undermoon Lake. The first was the Fiend God Body refining technique, the solitary world god. The other was the divine ability, the 9 elements annihilation. The solitary world god was a Fiend God Body refining technique that vastly surpassed any other technique in the 3 realms. It explained in detail the details one had to pay attention to in order to advance from the Fiend God level all the way to the world god level. Perhaps the essence of this technique wasn't all that profound, but the details required an enormous amount of time and talent to understand. This was the result of the experiences of countless geniuses of the Chaos Verse, and it was what Zhou Tong needed the most right now. As for the divine ability, the 9 elements annihilation, it was a different type of divine ability. It didn't have any effects at all. It was more like a visualization technique, a very basic way to construct a divine ability. It provided the most basic of 9 runes, which could then be used to construct any divine ability. In order to train in this divine ability, one had to rely entirely on one's own comprehension. Those with poor comprehension abilities would only be able to construct simple, ordinary divine abilities. Those with high comprehension abilities, however, would be able to construct truly powerful divine abilities. This divine ability was like the most basic form of writing. Some people would only be able to construct simple characters, while others would be able to construct a beautiful poem or a magnificent masterpiece. This was a divine ability that had an extremely low threshold, but its upper limit was impossible to see. Chapter 1267. Zhou Tong acquired the rewards for the final trial, then quickly left the shrine. Now that you have acquired the solitary world god and the 9 elements annihilation techniques, you will be different from the other living beings of the 3 realms. Seeing Zhou Tong walk out, the silver-haired man spoke out. Do you know where Vast Heaven Palace is? Zhou Tong asked. The man shook his head. I don't know where Vast Heaven Palace is either. However, since you've already passed the trial, I'll send you off now. As he spoke, he led Zhou Tong to a jade-green lake at the center of the island. Once you pass through this place, you'll be able to leave this place. Remember, don't forget your lifeblood oath. The silver-haired man pointed at the little lake. Zhou Tong stared at the little lake, finding it rather hard to calm himself down. He knew that Undermoon Lake held the greatest fortune of all, the legacy of World God Northrest. Both the solitary World God and the 9 Elements Annihilation were merely rewards for sending a message to Vast Heaven Palace. World God Northrest had intentionally left behind a legacy here, and the treasures contained within it were no trifling matter. Upon acquiring it, one's foundation would instantly skyrocket. However, one had to master the 5 treasures sword art in order to acquire this legacy. Zhou Tong had already mastered the 5 treasures sword art in the earlier trials, but there was one problem that Zhou Tong wasn't able to confirm. World God Northrest had become a world god through the Tao of the sword. Would he allow someone who didn't walk the Tao of the sword to enter his legacy? Whether or not I'll be chosen will depend on my luck. Zhou Tong didn't think too much about it. He immediately jumped into the lake. Upon entering the lake, space-time instantly began to ripple, causing the surrounding area to become blurry. Moments later, the surrounding area quickly solidified, allowing Zhou Tong to clearly see the scenery around him. He was surrounded by boundless emptiness, while in front of him was an endless flight of stairs that led up to an unknown height. Did I succeed? Zhou Tong felt a hint of joy in his heart. I'll be able to enter this place after mastering the 5 treasures sword art. Zhou Tong understood the conditions to enter this place. To be precise, there was only one condition, and that was to master the 5 treasures swordsmanship. The 5 treasures sword art was a sword art which World God Northrest had painstakingly created. Anyone who mastered this sword art and came to Undermoon Lake will become World God Northrest's successor. As for the rest, whether or not he would walk the path of the sword in the future was another matter. That makes sense. World God Northrest needs a successor, not a clone of himself. Zhou Tong mused to himself. The so-called successor was someone who inherited his own abilities. However, a successor did not mean that everything was exactly the same as the ancestor. It did not mean that the successor had to follow the path of the sword, just because the ancestor walked the path of the sword. It's time to go up and take a look. Zhou Tong stepped on the stairs and walked up. Not long after, a stone stele appeared on the road. It emanated a dense sword intent. The sword intent was so powerful that it was even more terrifying than the 3 realms 5 treasure sword art. Zhou Tong sat cross-legged in front of the stone tablet and meditated. He was comprehending these sword techniques and verifying them into his sword Tao and saber Tao. 3 months later, he rose to his feet and continued on his way. There were many more stone steles in front of him, each of which contained a unique sword art. Every single sword art had a different style. Some were good at piercing, some were good at defense, some were good at using emotions to enter the Tao, some were filled with a deep sense of longing, some were filled with a resolute sword intent that was willing to sacrifice one's life. Zhou Tong sat in the lotus position in front of each of the stone steles for 3 months. These 3 months were spent meditating on the sword arts, infusing the essence of the sword arts into his sword Tao, and also using the sword Tao seal to verify his saber Tao. As he continued to advance, Zhou Tong's sword Tao and saber Tao both continued to advance. He could vaguely sense that he was beginning to gain some vague insights into the 5th level of the Tao of the sword and Tao of the saber. This path had been intentionally set down by World God Northrest for the sake of guiding his successor to reach the 5th level of sword force. It was perfectly normal for Zhou Tong to be improving at this rate as he progressed. The endless staircase in the void slowly grew larger and larger. Zhou Tong continued to stare at it, meditating on it. He spent a total of 25 years on this path before finally seeing the end. Along the way, he saw a total of 98 stone steles with sword arts inscribed on them. These 98 profound sword arts allowed Zhou Tong to gain a deeper understanding of the Tao of the sword in this world. From the Tao of the sword to the Tao of the saber, then to the Tao of fire. The more Zhou Tong meditated, the more he gained new insights into the 5th level of divinity. To reach the 5th level, The most important thing was to gain insights into the true quintessence. Sword force required 1 to gain insights into the quintessence of the sword. Saber force required 1 to gain insights into the quintessence of the saber. Fire force required 1 to gain insights into the quintessence of fire. Through these quintessences, one would be able to raise one's power to the divinity level. Whether it is the quintessence of the saber, the quintessence of the sword, or the quintessence of fire, they're actually the most fundamental things in the entire universe. They are part of the ultimate Tao. Zhou Tong understood. Any cultivator's divine power or immortal power was actually limited. However, there was only one thing that was infinite. It was the Force X that corresponded to the various Taos. Previously, when Zhou Tong had been fighting nonstop in the Ice Canyon for 100 years, he had relied on his sword force, saber force, and fire force. This was because these powers were quintessence powers. As long as the universe did not dry up, then the cultivators who grasped these quintessence powers would have an endless supply of Force X that would never dry up. As expected, the Tao of cultivation in this world is to transform oneself and wholeheartedly pursue the great Tao that this world originally possessed. Zhou Tong once again confirmed the Tao of cultivation in this world in his heart. Although he had known about the Tao of cultivation in this world for a long time, the so-called knowledge he had before was basically just hearsay. But now, after walking down this path, he truly felt this situation. He truly felt the supreme Tao of the origin of this world. Zhou Tong once again reviewed the 98 sets of sword techniques on this path. Countless sword techniques constantly changed in his heart. One set of sword techniques after another constantly evolved. A mysterious and profound concept surged into his heart. After a long time, he finally walked out of this state of enlightenment. Whether it is the 5th level of sword force or the 5th level of saber force, there is no need to pursue them. I can sense that the 5th level should be something that belongs to the ultimate Tao. I should be the first to reach the 5th level in the force of fire. Otherwise, the path of cultivation that I had previously set for myself will have to change. Zhou Tong felt a hint of understanding emerge in his heart. It's time to go take a look at the things that world god Northrest left behind. After emerging from his state of enlightenment, Zhou Tong looked towards the end of the endless staircase. There was a jade-green temple there that emanated a dense aura of might. The ultimate treasure that world god Northrest had left behind was there. Chapter 1268. The jade-like shrine was faintly translucent. Just by walking into it, one's heart would unconsciously grow calm. There were pitifully few things within the shrine. The only thing that could be seen was a prayer mat that glowed with golden light at the very center of the shrine. Not too far away from the prayer mat was a slender, 3-foot-long sword that was completely blood-red in color. The sword was covered with cracks, and there were even 3 clear nicks in the blade. Clearly, this was a damaged sword that could shatter at any moment. Despite that, however, the sword still emanated a powerful aura of majesty. The aura of majesty which Linley had sensed outside the shrine had come from this sword. Tao weapons. Weapons that are above chaos treasures. Weapons used by world gods and chaos immortals. Zhou Tong understood the origins of this weapon. Whoosh! Right at this moment, an invisible ripple of power emanated from the shattered sword. A woman dressed in golden armor flew out from the shattered sword, landing in front of Zhou Tong. Empyrean God Tribulation Flame? The woman looked at Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong nodded, then said, "Sword Spirit, you got good eyes. I'm the Sword Spirit of Violet Jewel. You can just refer to me as Sword Spirit," the golden-armored woman said. The golden-armored woman then explained a few things to Linley, such as how world god Northrest had possessed Fuju Daozu's body before dying, and how he had wandered the 3 realms afterwards. She also explained the requirements for entering this place. One had to become an Empyrean god as a fiend god body refiner, as well as master the 5 treasure sword art. The sword spirit then explained to Zhou Tong the arrangements world god Northrest had made, as well as the legacies he had left behind. There were 4 important things which world god Northrest had left behind. The first was Violet Jewel, a Tao weapon. Generally speaking, only world gods and chaos immortals were capable of binding it. However, world god Northrest had left behind a technique which allowed one to use heart force to bind a weapon, the heart seep technique. This allowed one to bind this weapon even without reaching the world god level of power. The second was a nameless sword art. This was a sword art which world god Northrest had accidentally acquired. The 98 sword arts on the stairs to the void had been created by world god Northrest after he had gained insights into the nameless sword art. Third, Vast Heaven Palace's Talisman of Welcome. Only by acquiring such an item would one be qualified to join Vast Heaven Palace. This was an incredibly rare opportunity in the outside chaos verse. Fourth, there were countless secret arts and secret arts. These are the most important treasures which world god Northrest had left behind. Other than some of the things that could not be left behind due to the binding of the lifeblood oath, everything else that could be left behind was here. These 4 items have been left behind by world god Northrest for his successor. Every single one of them was far more valuable than the rewards for clearing Undermoon Lake, such as the solitary world god and the 9 elements annihilation. What follows is a relatively long period of time. Zhou Tong said softly as he looked at the divine sword in front of him. This divine sword was very hard to take away. He had to bind at least 50% of it before he could take it away. Thus, Zhou Tong had to bind at least 50% of it before he could take it away from this place. I just so happen to have many things I need to meditate on, as well as many goals I need to achieve. I'll use this period of time to carefully organize them. In addition, this place has countless techniques which world god Northrest left behind. They'll be of some use to me in accomplishing my goals. Zhou Tong couldn't help but say to himself. Zhou Tong had always had several problems which he needed to solve. The first was the problem of his divine body. Zhou Tong had always wanted to create a divine body technique, which was unique to his phoenix body. Thus, over the past few years, he had been collecting the various fiend god body refining techniques of the 3 realms, often meditating on them as he cultivated. This time, in Undermoon Lake, he had acquired the solitary world god, a technique which detailed the various stages of fiend god body refining. More importantly, the solitary world god was extraordinarily suited to Zhou Tong. Phoenixes were famous for their ability to undergo nirvanic rebirth. The most powerful ability of phoenixes was their ability to undergo nirvanic rebirth. In addition, the solitary world god focused on searching for the light of life while in a state of nirvanic rebirth. This technique was incomparably close to the phoenix's concept of nirvanic rebirth. By using this technique as a guide, Zhou Tong would be able to unleash all of the knowledge which he had accumulated in the creation of his divine body, allowing him to successfully create a brand new divine body which belonged solely to him. Next, Zhou Tong had another problem which he needed to resolve: the Thousand Bodies Sutra. This was a technique which Zhou Tong had acquired from Qi Ming Daozu prior to entering Undermoon Lake. It was also a secret technique which the 3 realms had acquired from alien outsiders in the primordial chaos. Upon mastering this secret technique, one would be able to create 1,000 clones which were identical in power to the original body. The only problem was that this technique required a treasure like the World Core just to get started. Zhou Tong did not have such a treasure. Thus, he had to think of a way to circumvent this requirement. The third problem which he needed to resolve was the issue of the energy of fire. After entering Undermoon Lake, Zhou Tong had always had an idea in mind. He wanted to fuse the energy of the saber and the sword into his energy of fire, allowing his energy of fire to possess the power of the saber and the sword, allowing it to be fast and fierce. Let's put aside the issue of the divine body for now. I can't rush this. Let's first resolve the issue of the Thousand Bodies Sutra. I've been stuck as a key refiner for so many years. Only by resolving the issue of the Thousand Bodies Sutra can I advance further? Zhou Tong silently said to himself. A long time ago, Zhou Tong had taken a fancy to the Thousand Body Sutra technique. The golden pill, which a key refiner could create at the celestial immortal stage, was divided into 3 tiers. As key refiners in the 3 realms were very weak, the golden pill here was the lowest tier, the 3rd tier golden pill. However, the 3rd tier golden pill didn't mean that it couldn't be upgraded to the 1st tier golden pill. In the original work, Jining had used a special method to upgrade the 3rd tier golden pill to the 2nd tier golden pill. After that, his 18 doppelgangers fused together, and the 18 2nd tier golden pill overlapped, officially upgrading the 2nd tier golden pill to the 1st tier golden pill. According to this calculation, to upgrade the 18 doppelgangers by 1 tier, from the 3rd tier golden pill to the 1st tier golden pill, it would require 18 times 18 is equal to 324 doppelgangers. Not only did the Thousand Bodies Sutra perfectly meet this condition, there were even more. However, the only problem which needed to be resolved was how to bypass the restrictions of the heart of the world so that he could cultivate this secret technique without the heart of the world. The runes of the 9 elements annihilation are similar to the runes of the Yang God world and some of the runes of the shrouding heaven world. I can refer to the human immortal martial arts of the Yang God world to solve this problem. There's also the doppelganger technique, which evolved from the Kuan Peng Dao. I can also refer to it. After immersing himself and carefully deducing, Zhou Tong's comprehension of this technique was continuously advancing. Chapter 1269. Within the nameless region of Undermoon Lake, Zhou Tong was still using his heart force to infiltrate Violet Jewel according to the Heart Seep technique which World God Northrest had left behind. His other thoughts, however, were completely focused on the 3 major problems he had set up. Time passed 1 year, 5 years, 10 years, 50 years. After 100 years had passed, Zhou Tong suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a hint of joy within them. I didn't expect that the first problem to be solved would be the problem of my divine body. But it makes sense. I've been pondering this problem since the very first day I was born, Zhou Tong mused to himself. Time to once more reforge my divine body. I can begin now. I'll break through to the true God level while I'm at it. I've been stuck at this level for far too long. Zhou Tong closed his eyes, and his entire body began to blaze. Boom! Terrifying flames soared into the heavens, and the crimson light illuminated the entire minor world. The sword spirit flew out of the divine sword in astonishment, staring in astonishment at this scene. Reforge his divine body? He's actually reforging his divine body? Isn't this the solitary world god technique which Master left behind? The sword spirit stared at the blazing flames in front of her, feeling quite surprised. As the sword spirit of the divine sword which World God Northrest had left behind, she naturally knew what it was like to make a breakthrough in the solitary world god. This technique didn't cause such a huge commotion before making a breakthrough. It was a technique which allowed one to make breakthroughs in peace and quiet, allowing one to find a way to survive amidst death. There was no way it would be like this, with flames soaring into the heavens. In fact, those terrifying flames had even ignited his own divine body, and his terrifying life force had been transformed into fuel for the flames. The sword spirit could clearly see Zhou Tong's body wither within the flames, then slowly disintegrate into ash. To be able to create a technique like this which allows one to reforge their divine body, he must be a madman. He's burning his own divine body and soul. If he's not careful, he might be annihilated. How is he supposed to make a breakthrough like this? The sword spirit grew more and more dazed as she watched. Wasn't this sort of breakthrough just suicidal? Boom! Finally, Zhou Tong's divine body was completely burned away. The only thing left of the jade green shrine was a pile of ash. The shrine instantly fell silent. Dead. The sword spirit of the divine sword was a little dazed. It had been waiting for a successor for countless years, but at this moment, he was actually digging his own grave in the process of cultivation. Boom! At this moment, a high-pitched cry of a phoenix came from the ashes of the calamity. Then scarlet light rushed into the sky. Powerful fluctuations spread rapidly, and a terrifying life force flowed there. In that instant, the entire miniature world erupted, as if a god had awoken from his slumber. The primal chaos around Undermoon Lake erupted with his breakthrough, surging violently. With Zhou Tong's nirvana, the boundless primal chaos energy poured into the Undermoon Lake and into Zhou Tong. Vaguely, the divine sword spirit saw a terrifying phoenix that covered the sky being born from the ashes. Endless primal chaos energy poured into his body, frantically transforming into divine power. Rebirth in death, return in nirvana, and become even more powerful. The sword spirit of the divine sword sighed softly. I didn't expect him to succeed. This cultivation method is who knows how many times more extreme than the solitary world god that master passed down. The solitary world god is only searching for the light of life in the midst of desolation. It's not really searching for it on the verge of death. However, this cultivation method of his is really advancing in death. If he's not careful, he might really die. However, to burn his divine body and divine power in such an extreme manner, overturning everything and starting all over again, this cultivation method really has its merits. The sword spirit of the divine sword pondered for a moment, and a trace of surprise appeared in its eyes. Every time the divine body broke through, the core of the Tao used to construct the divine body could not conflict. The smaller the conflict, the smaller the hidden dangers. When the time came, it would be easier to break through to the Zushin realm. Once an Empyrean god and a true god used conflicting things to construct the divine body, it was almost certain that the person would not be able to advance to the Zushin realm. However, when the sword spirit saw Zhou Tong's nirvana and this cultivation method of overturning everything and starting all over again, she immediately understood that this cultivation method was different from the rest. When cultivating this cultivation method, even if the core of the Tao used to break through to the Empyrean God realm and the true God realm were different, there would be no hidden dangers. This was because every breakthrough was overturning everything and starting all over again. Every breakthrough was constructing a brand new divine body, one that completely threw away all connections with the past. It was as if a new life had been opened. One amazing Dharma access. If this Dharma access were to be passed down to the endless chaotic world, it would be a first-class Dharma access. Just one nirvana rebirth could fix all the mistakes made in the past. Countless cultivators who had taken the wrong path would be willing to risk their lives for it, the sword spirit exclaimed. At this moment, the chaos in the temple was surging. After an unknown period of time, the aura of life surged. A brand new phoenix was born in the flames. Each of its divine feathers was like a crimson jade, flowing with red clouds and emitting brilliant divine light. It was incomparably powerful. Finally, everything calmed down. The turbulent chaos and endless flames dissipated completely. Zhou Tong also transformed from his phoenix body to his human form. He sat down cross-legged again. This nirvana gave him a brand new understanding. At this moment, he was wholeheartedly trying to comprehend it. This feeling of being reborn through nirvana, this feeling of burning everything with flames, this is the answer to the third question that I've been pursuing. Zhou Tong felt very carefree. After experiencing nirvana this time, he personally experienced the feeling of his entire body being burned to ashes by flames. In particular, the feeling of his saber power and sword power being burned made the question that he had been racking his brains over for a long time instantly solved at this moment. Boom! The power of the saber and the power of the sword surged out at this moment, and a mysterious taiji diagram appeared on the surface of his body. The power of the saber and the sword turned into the taiji yin-yang fish, and then merged into his own power of fire. In an instant, the flames all over his body surged. The fourth-level fire power exploded at this moment. After merging with the saber power and sword power, the originally golden fire power was now tinged with a layer of crimson red and silvery white. I didn't expect that a breakthrough would solve two difficult questions. This is the brand new fire power. Zhou Tong raised his hand. A strange flame appeared in the center of his palm. As soon as this flame appeared, the void was instantly filled with a chi-chi sound. It was as if the saber and sword were tearing through the air. However, all the power was completely contained within the flame. It was ready but not unleashed. However, Zhou Tong understood that once this flame exploded, it would definitely be earth-shattering. Only a small flame was needed to kill a heavenly god in an instant. There's only one last question left. Chapter 1270. After becoming a true god, the God-Fiend body tempering technique that I've created shall be called the Nirvana Divine Body. Zhou Tong gathered all the insights that he had gained from his breakthrough. After reorganizing and revising them, he created a God-Fiend body tempering technique. This technique was based on the characteristics of his phoenix's nirvana as the core. He also referenced the desolate world god, Qi Ming's diagram of the nine heavens, and many other God-Fiend body tempering techniques. It was a masterpiece. Of course, this technique was only perfected to the true God realm. It was not perfected to the higher levels of Zhu, Shun, and World God realm. Zhou Tong would only be able to complete this technique when he reached Zhu, Shun, and World God realm in the future. After becoming a true God, the speed at which I refine the divine sword has increased. At this rate, I'll be able to leave this place with the divine sword in 200 years at most. Zhou Tong looked around and looked at the divine sword violet jewel not far away. He could clearly feel that the speed at which he refined the divine sword had increased by a large margin. Although refining the divine sword relied on his heart force, even if his heart force did not increase by much, it could still increase the speed at which he refined the divine sword. My divine body has been perfected. My nirvana divine body has been perfected. The power of the blade and sword has also been successfully integrated into my power of fire. The speed at which I refine the divine sword has also increased by a large margin. Now, there's only one thing left, the thousand-body scripture. Zhou Tong then looked at the last obstacle that he had to face. However, when I was undergoing nirvana, I thought of a good way to improve the thousand-body scripture. Zhou Tong said softly, after mastering the thousand-body scripture, its power would be unparalleled. It would be able to create 1,000 physical bodies that were not inferior to the original body. It was equivalent to having 1,000 extra lives. The most frightening thing was that as long as one of the bodies was not destroyed, he would only need to expend a portion of the resources to easily recreate the other bodies. In other words, once the thousand-body scripture was mastered, not only would he have 1,000 lives, but these 1,000 lives could also be regenerated at any time. As long as he had enough resources, it's hard to circumvent something like the world core through normal means, but there's another way to circumvent it. I just need to reduce the applicability of this method. Zhou Tong thought to himself. The Thousand-Body Sutra is something that anyone can cultivate as long as they meet certain conditions. However, I can add some harsh conditions and modify this secret technique so that only those who cultivate my nirvana divine body can cultivate it. This will reduce the difficulty of cultivation and bypass the heart of the realm. Zhou Tong's idea was very simple. He wanted to continuously increase the difficulty of cultivating the secret technique, turning a secret technique that was completely applicable to everyone into something that only certain special cultivators could cultivate. Thus, the difficulty of cultivating the secret technique would be reduced. If it was before, I'm afraid it would be a little difficult. But after 100 years of thinking, I still have some confidence. Zhou Tong was very confident that he would be able to complete this step before leaving Undermoon Lake. This was because this step was several times easier than what he had previously imagined. Time flowed on. Zhou Tong quietly meditated by himself within the region which world god Northrest had left behind. In the blink of an eye, 200 years had passed. By now, 400 years had passed since he had entered Undermoon Lake. One day, a look of joy appeared on Zhou Tong's face. He had already bound more than half of the sword. Now, he could take it away. He was finally going to leave Undermoon Lake. On the other side of the world, a series of major battles were occurring within the three realms. Sword Immortal World, near the third peak of the Five Treasures Mountains. Jining had built a thatched cottage by himself. Every day, he would face the sword arts carved into the mountain, sensing the sword intent which Fuju Daozu had left behind. Every day, he would be baptized by this sword intent. Swish! One day, a streak of light landed next to Jining's thatched cottage. Jining sensed it. He immediately turned his head to look at it, then laughed. Xiaomang, what are you doing here? Jining, you've been quite relaxed in recent years. You've been meditating on the Tao of the sword all this time. Xiaomang Sun laughed. This time, you're about to master the third chapter of the Five Treasures, right? Once you master it, you'll be the #1 sword immortal of Qi Ming's lineage. In fact, you'll be ranked amongst the top sword immortals of the three realms. Mastery? Way too early. Jining shook his head. As for being the #1 sword immortal of Qi Ming's lineage, upon reaching this point, Jining sighed. I've only reached the third chapter. Supposedly, Master went to the fourth peak to read it. My insights into the Tao of the sword aren't necessarily on par with Master's of 400 years ago. How powerful has Master become after 400 years? Your Master, Ugh. I don't know where fellow Taoist Tribulation Flame has gone. He's been missing for 400 years. He didn't even appear during the war between the Grand Xia and the Seamless Gate. I've asked Master about it, but he wasn't able to divine where fellow Taoist Tribulation Flame is. Master only said that it was extremely likely that he had left the three realms. Xiaomang Sun sighed. If fellow Taoist Tribulation Flame had been here, we probably wouldn't have lost the war outside the Grand Xia so easily. Xiaomang Sun sighed. The Grand Xia was his home. He had been in charge of it for countless years, but in the end, it had still been taken over by the Seamless Gate. Is Master really that powerful? Jining couldn't help but feel surprised. He hadn't expected Xiaomang Sun to have such a high opinion of Zhou Tong. Only found out afterwards. Your Master is the successor of Taoist Three Lives, a true god of the primordial era. It is extremely likely that he controls the Starsizer world. There are quite a few extremely powerful Empyrean gods there. With them there, the war would have been much easier. Xiaomang Sun looked at Jining. Didn't you learn the star-seizing hand? Can it be that you don't know your Master's background? Jining laughed. When Master and I parted ways, I was still very weak. It makes sense that Master didn't tell me about these things. Haha, but if fellow Taoist Tribulation Flame were to return now, he would probably be shocked. His own disciple has already become an Empyrean god and a pure Yang true immortal. If he hasn't improved at all, he probably won't even be a match for you. Xiaomang Sun couldn't help but laugh loudly. Jining shook his head. Given my Master's cultivation speed, do you really think I'll be able to catch up to him? That makes sense. Fellow Taoist Tribulation Flame, your cultivation speed can be described as #1 in the three realms, Xiaomang Sun said with a laugh. However, Xiaomang, you didn't come here just to chat with me, did you? Jining suddenly asked. Xiaomang sneered. I came here because my Master fought for an opportunity for you to train in the #1 divine ability of the three realms, the 8-9 arcane art. Thus, I came to inform you of this. The battle credits you've accumulated over the years are more than enough to trade for this divine ability. If you don't have any other questions, then come with me to meet my Master, the #1 divine ability of the three realms. Jining couldn't help but feel slightly stunned, and then a hint of excitement appeared on his face. He immediately nodded, then followed Xiaomang Sun out of Sword Immortal World. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.